game, like, released on Steam. Okay, there we go. Bone Dolphin has been convicted of a crime. Do I have... Okay, so there's just a dwarf in the tavern right now. Let's just go here and go iron chain. Just make 10 of them. And also right here, I'm going to connect this as part of the mountainous tummies. So at the very least, they can get alcohol while being in prison. The Eck was what? Did you guys see something that I didn't? What happened? We back, chat? What's up? Twitch just offlined? Oh. Huh. You're not wrong. That sucks. Did that split my VOD? Yes, it did. Hey, chat. I'm going to say this. 1, guarantee you it's not Twitch. 2, the day that the plugin that just lets me split my streams and double my internet output and stream to both Twitch and YouTube without having to use the terrible fucking service that I pay fucking money to called Restream.io will be a great day. Because it wasn't me. I guarantee you it wasn't Twitch. Because nobody else went offline. I'm looking at the up-down thing on Twitch that I have, and... Hey, chat, I hate it here. Because that, like, can kill a stream. You didn't DC? Probably just... You were probably delayed and it just ran together for you. Because it definitely DC'd. It definitely DC'd. Because it split my VOD. So you were probably delayed. And so you just didn't notice. But it definitely happened. I am pissed. Pissed off. Simply put. All right, I'm going to put another... I'm ending up with too many animals now, so I'm going to put a pen pasture down here. And I'm going to put... my sheep, my rams... The reason this is bad is it can, that's a baby llama. The reason this is bad is it can cause, basically my audience to just vanish. And then it hurts my stats and view count for the remainder of the stream. Yeah, I'm still listed as offline. What the flying fuck? Yep, 0 viewers offline. Fucking fix your shit, Restream.io. Yeah, no, I'm definitely live. I mean, this is the stream. You want to know why YouTube survived? Is because YouTube has, what's it called? Auto reconnect, which is one of the better things that YouTube does have. Twitch does too, but if you... So basically the way Twitch's auto disconnect works is if OBS crashes, Twitch detects that and then keeps it going for a minute, and then you can keep streaming without breaking your VOD. Whereas with, if you like click, and also we're going to get an extra ad break now because the stream just came back online. If you click stop streaming on OBS, it doesn't register that as a disconnect, right? because I'm streaming to a third-party service called Restream, which I pay $25 a month for, by the way, which then splits the stream into 2 streams, one to YouTube and one to Twitch, because I'm paying for that. When their service goes down, Twitch registers that as somebody hitting the stop streaming button. So, you know, it's just fucking stupid. Yeah, here's the thing. All of you who are still present, it's fantastic. There's a lot of people who are probably AFK, which happens in every stream, who won't notice. So it is going to hurt my view count for the rest of the stream, most likely, but hopefully it recovers. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers if you're still here? Also, we're about to get hit by an ad, so I'm gonna wait for that to go through. What's funny is like I load up encoding for this awful service, Restream.io, and it's just like, we noticed that you had some connection difficulties. Yeah. And they want me to pay $75 a month for enterprise quality so that I could have a backup stream service. Hey, fuck you, you terrible piece of shit company. Garbage. It's awful. No, Twitch didn't shit the bed. It was Restream.io. It wasn't Twitch. Literally, it's fucking Restream.io. So, if Twitch shit the bed, other streams would have gone offline, but literally nobody I'm looking at has gone offline. So it's a feature. Probably. I'm going to do the thing that I do every time Restream does this while this ad break is running, and I'm going to go see if that plugin's been updated yet. Unless somebody wants to go fork it and update it. Nope. Nope, it has not been updated. Hasn't been updated since March. This is the plugin I used to use, by the way. Saw that Twitch user voice was down a few days ago. Yeah, but that's user voice. User voice goes down whenever, like, people get annoyed with something because it doesn't actually have that big of a server and it just collapses. All right, well, anyway, I can get back to it. That's done. Still so chill, offline or not. You'll be here until you sleep. Well, cheers, dude. It's a piece of feedback I've gotten for years is people using my stream to fall asleep. I'm just annoyed and will be annoyed for the next like 90 seconds. I'll get over it though. It's not possible to run 2 OBS instances at once. Drive annoyed. OBS doesn't allow that and it causes OBS to break. So, no. It's like one of the most commented like features. Like, why don't you just like use 2 instances of OBS at once? It's like, because it literally, OBS doesn't do that. OBS can't do that. I've heard rumblings of like OBS maybe supporting multiple outputs natively, but they don't do it yet. So, you know. Yes, that's literally what I've been talking about for the last 10 minutes, telling Artho. Which is probably why you said never mind. But, you know, scrolling up here. Anyway, I raised it as an issue in GitHub. All you have to do is go to the like website for the plugin or look at the comment section on GitHub and you will see the comment that it hasn't worked since June. So I haven't, but thousands of other people have done it before me. Unknown substance? Are you playing adventure mode? Because that happens in adventure mode. Basically, like if there's like a bodily fluid or something that's staining something that your adventurer doesn't know what it is, it shows up as unknown substance. Basically meaning it's hidden. I like that statement from YouTube chat. You can't run 2 instances of OBS. It's like putting a bag of holding in a bag of holding. It just causes, it's like pointing a mirror to look at a mirror. It's just oops all mirrors. But no, OBS crashes if you try and run 2 instances of OBS. Construction of certain goods. What do we need now? Warhammers! I don't think I have any silver. Let's see. I have one individual silver bar. Okay, so iron warhammers it is, even though those aren't great. Yes, and no, I won't stream it. Don't ask me to. And that wasn't an intended Space Station 13 reference. So, I'm not sure what I referenced. This is like one of those nice JoJo references where I'm like, I don't read bad media, so I have no idea what a JoJo reference is in this instance. Let's do those quarterly. Is referring to putting a bag of holding in a bag of holding a SS13 reference? It's literally like every single tabletop RPG rule. You can't do that. Like, that's basic tabletop RPG stuff. How's that? Is Space Station 13 turning into the JoJo of, like, fucking video games that are made by crazy people for crazy people? It also turns out that Seth doesn't make up anything interesting himself. He just takes references from other people and regurgitates them. May want to look at that later. I was looking for forks about 2 weeks ago the last time this happened, but I'll look into that after stream, yeah. I don't think it's League, because League isn't capable of actually putting things into the game. By that I mean, like, they can't literally put a xenomorph into their video game, whereas SS13 does literally have xenomorphs in the video game. League has to at least pretend they're not just blatantly copying shit. You're glad you don't know what JoJo is? It's an anime for shitlords, mostly. It's an anime that, what's it called? It's an anime that is, like, entirely built on references of things in pop culture and media. So people who are really annoying, whenever you talk about any pop culture anything, they're like, is that a JoJo reference? It's like, have I stabbed anybody in the face recently? No, but I have a pencil, and my God, I'm tempted. Might have to practice my Jokerification of myself. Anyways, I'm just gonna yoink this link synth. Uh-oh. My iron attacks the boyer. Is somebody tantruming and causing fights? Yeah. Be willing to bet it's this guy's fault. What I should actually do is put the prison in the hospital and connect it to the hospital, which is actually, like, low-key the smartest way to do a prison. So let's get rid of this and get rid of this and instead put it down here. 1. Okay, I've got 3. And then connect you to the hospital, the mountainous houses. You missed the first half hour of the stream. It's supposed to be an area to grow surface plants and trees underground, but I'm still in the process of making it safe. That and, oh, actually, I need to check if my Infini stockpile work. Did I set you to go the wrong direction? Did I set you to... Oh, that would be why. I didn't set it to have a load stockpile. But yeah, I'm putting a roof on this. This might become some sort of structure that we live in, or some dwarves live in at some point, but for right now, it's just... It kind of looks like a shoe, I guess, or maybe a dog face. If I were to put, like, a dot there, maybe it would look kind of like a dog face, especially if I put, like, an ear here. But it's a roof for this area, which I caved in. All right, let's convict Bone Dolphin. And Bone Dolphin. And Bone Dolphin. Of the crimes committed by Bone Dolphin. And Glass is going to go chain up Bone Dolphin. Who's currently haggard and incapable of standing. But will probably be tended to in the hospital in a minute. Humiliated after being confined. Well, that's terrible. I also said I was going to make clothes. So what I think I'm going to do right now, chat, is I'm going to say, hey, chat, can I get a round of beers, please? I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. And then we are going to make some large amounts of clothing. If there is a unique piece of clothing that dwarves can make in this faction, which one would you like to see? Hey, chat. You're a fan of hoods, but you also like crowns. I also like hoods. I haven't done hoods in a minute. I'm still a little mad that the channel crashed, but I want to show you this because this makes me happy. You guys want to see something that truly makes me happy? Capes, socks, trousers for all. Can dwarves ever make capes? I don't think I've ever had a faction that can make capes. But check this out. This is something that makes me happy. Check out this fucking tomato. Look at it. It's ginormous. It's one of the biggest tomatoes I grew this year. It's my biggest mortgage lifter. It's not going to pay my mortgage, but my God, it'll be tasty. But very, very big tomato. It's big enough that it fits on top of my vile mug of darkness. That's how big of a tomato it is. This is a really big mug. And makes a pretty good mug lid. Okay, so now that I'm done with this nonsense, I'm gonna go put this away and then... I'm going to be jarring tomatoes this weekend. Save the seeds? Nah. I'm not gonna save the seeds because I have a, what's it called? Like 40 seeds left from the packet that it came from. You thought that was a pumpkin? No. Okay, two things about that game. One, I already own it. Sage. I bought, or I either bought or was given key for Astronauts by the Astronauts original publisher, like actually, when did I play it? I did play it before. There it is. I couldn't remember how to spell it. Okay, so I first... I haven't played that game in 3 years. Yeah, I bought that game way back when it released into early access originally. But Kit Fox has picked it up, which really makes me curious as to what the hell happened with the other publisher, Modern Wolf, because that's who published it originally. I would like to play it, but I will be completely honest with you. I just haven't had the mental capacity to play games that aren't Dwarf Fortress recently, because Dwarf Fortress is kind of a lot sometimes. And it's hard to think about other things when you already play a game that is super encompassing, like Dwarf Fort can be. But we'll get to it. We will get to it. Because I would like to go back to it. The reason I didn't play it back in the day was because, or much back in the day, was because when that game first launched, it launched with like a 200+ page PDF file of how to play the game. And control effing in a PDF file is not my idea of fun generally. So I decided I will wait until this is cooked in the oven a little bit longer. Because the first line in the PDF file is, yeah, this is not optimal right now. We know. Don't worry. This will, with time, have better in-game wiki support. And I was like, well, tell me to wait for your early access to progress further without telling me to wait for your early access to progress further. So that's what I opted to do. I mean, like, I'm here for it. I kind of have the capacity for one game like that at a time. And Dwarf Fortress is my one game like that. But yes, Astronauts is quite intimidating. I'm kind of mad that I didn't know that they were publishing it sooner, though, because the developer was at PAX. I could have gone and chatted with them, but... Oh, well. But yes, I will be doing something with that game at some point. I mean, I'm totally fine with complicated video games. I'm absolutely fine with complicated video games. But, like, my capacity for complicated video games goes up and down depending on the month. And right now, I know that, like, I talked about this a bit at the beginning of the stream, but I'm not at a high point mentally currently. I am actually rather at a low point mentally currently. So, as my general satisfaction and happiness goes up and down, I'm more willing to do new things. And right now, I'm very much just in a... I'm gonna sit here in my rut until brain decides to be less mad about its existence. Which probably, maybe will be a week or two. Yeah, noted. Hope it passes soon. It comes and goes. Part of life. It comes and goes. Let's see what I can plant up here on the surface. Ooh. What do you think, chat? Bilberry? I mean, chat is gonna want... You guys want hemp, right? I know you guys well enough. We'll have to do some hemp, but I think... Ooh, I think this will be maybe muskmelon? I don't think those can be brewed, though. Let's do bilberry. Alfalfa, no thank you. Bilberry, 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 bilberry. This small one will do hemp, hemp, rope reed, hemp. And then this one can be... say a white mullet. Maybe. You can't be mad if you're in possession of a huge tomato. Here's the thing. I like 40 fucking tomatoes, almost that big. I have so many tomatoes in my fridge, I don't have space for things that should probably be in my fridge. There is a ridiculous amount of stuff in my fridge right now because we just hit... Okay, you know, actually, I suddenly just decided where I'm going to put my my carpentry area. I'm going to put it up here. Going to put carpentry up here because... ideally, this is where we're going to be getting wood from. No, my plan for this weekend, I actually have two plans for this weekend. Plan number one is I am going to fucking sleep, hopefully. But the plan number 2 is I'm going to can the majority of those tomatoes. I'm going to can them with basil and dill. Is the plan. So fresh canned tomatoes. And then once that process is done, I might also make some chutney. I haven't decided yet. But basically, whenever I want tomato sauce or anything with tomatoes, I can just open them up. Maybe the elves will bring me a cool new pet. True. I mean, if the elves bring me a giant tiger, perhaps, YouTube chat, maybe I can get into the illegal animal trade. I'm sure that would be very profitable, right? Definitely. Mm-hmm. The other, oops, no, I don't want to toss that. The other thing I need to do is I need to go down, not down, but like down to here. And just go water wheel with tower cap, water wheel with tower cap, water wheel with tower cap. That's what I'm going to do. The elves would never financially recover from that? What? Yeah. That would be amusing, wouldn't it? It's a bridge. It's nothing. Okay, this right here needs to be sealed off. The question is, what are the odds? Can animals live on mud? If there is moss on it, yes. Bookbinder is brawling under the influence. Well, that's not good. Fortunately, he's brawling under the influence alone. And I just went and punched 2 people, I think. 1 person. So many noses in that stockpile. Half of them are probably ears. I think cartilage have the same sprite as well. I really hope you punched that sheep. No, you didn't. Did you punch that child? No, you didn't. Uh-oh. Military walking past. You'll lose that fight, dude. Don't pick that fight. Uh-oh, you're hunting someone. Fortunately, people are reporting your crimes already. So now we just wait for the captain of the guard to arrive. Also, if you want to figure out who these injured parties are, interrogate the person who got hurt. So, like, Cole was the person who got hurt. So I'm interrogating this person because they were the injured party in this fight. I can't interrogate the yak, unfortunately. Moldath was also injured. Although I don't know which Moldath, so I'll just interrogate both of them. You'll slowly figure out who did things. Which is quite convenient and quite helpful. And cartilage, 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 cartilage is what these are. Okay, so this is what I'm waiting for. Let's also put walls along here. There you go. You decide to pick the right side, so you can leave. Perfect. I also need to fill this thing in right here. So that this doesn't cause us any future problems. And allow Forgotten Beasts direct access into the fort, you know, all that. But I do need to replace this. All right, there they go. Easy enough. Mistakes were made. If you have enough chains, then they can't all be put into prison, which is just 1 for every 10 dwarves, basically. Okay, so let's just put farmer stockpile. Farmer stockpile, or not stockpile, workshop here. And then we'll do carpenter, which I will make out of fungi wood, I think. So those are fun colors. And carpenter. Down here, I'm going to go clothing. We'll just use the normal boulders, or not boulders, but bricks. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to select a random dwarf. And I'm going to look at your clothing. And we are going to make that. And I'm going to queue up maybe 100 once a year. We'll do it that way. Thanks, Paxmac. Let's say cloth glove. I mean, it's certainly had moments where it's been very... very stressful. Let's do yarn socks instead of cloth. Let's do yarn shirts. Let's do leather gloves. And let's do... we need shoes. Let's do leather shoes. Leather is the one that's going to be hard to keep up with, so I'll have to keep an eye on it. And then trousers. Let's do yarn trousers. Yarn trousers and cloth skirts. Dress, maybe? Nope. Okay, so let's say make caps. I could do coats. How about yarn coats? We can do those. And then I'll just say 100. 100. The 3s are all no demands, yeah. Because if you click on this button, which I'm about to, you can set them to be seasonally, monthly, yearly, and all these are going to be yearly. All these clothing jobs are going to be yearly, although I just realized I've done gloves twice. So let's get rid of that top one. Let's do, well, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do seasonally and say if amount of coats is less than 50. Seasonally, and if number of thing is less than 50. So we should have a pretty good clothing supply at all time. Now I'm thinking there might actually, because that's probably going to count. I'm worried it's going to count ones that are claimed, but we'll see. If it works, then we'll roll with it. We'll do seasonally. And socks. Is it possible to assign the hammer a wooden practice hammer? We've been over this a lot recently. I've never once managed to successfully get the hammerer to use a hammer in this version of the game. Like, not once. It's been kind of wild. Also, I need to do a thing real quick. That's where I was gonna post that. There we go. Tried making a squad for him and assigned him a wood crossbow, but it's weird. Yeah, regardless of what weapon I assign to them, they just punch. Like, it doesn't actually change anything. They just punch anyway, so... Yeah, I don't know. It's always a little odd. Also, I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. They will, in fact, do the hammerer job while on duty, I think. Chat devolves into food porn and ignoring the game. Hey, here's the thing, Zach. There's nothing wrong with, like, YouTube chat just discussing food porn. The YouTube chat is the off-topic lurker chat. That's like what it works best for. Like, Twitch chat is the slightly more on-topic, but also often off-topic chat room. Like, if the Twitch chat is like general chat, YouTube chat is the off-topic chat. Does that make sense? Why'd you feel guilty? Enjoy your food bedazzling. Anyway. Often Off Topic is a good punk band. Maybe an album name. I wouldn't call it... Maybe General Chat Room could be the band name, and the first album would be Often Off Topic. Let's see if this gets working. Hey, it do! Sweet. Now I just need some additional looms. Let's make these out of birch. Oh, we've named a short sword. Good stuff. Birch. And birch. So, another thing that I do quite need is power up here. Which I can turn on again. And I'll be honest, I haven't decided. Okay, so I have two options, chat. I can split the power, or I can just connect to the top of this pump. The thing is, the pump will sometimes be off. So I should take the extra time to not split the power, yeah. That's the way we should do this. 'Tis the smarter way, after all. Oops, that's the wrong button. All right, so a dwarf should come do that right away. Oh, that's not going to be good. Please don't die, dwarf. Maybe this will be okay. There we go. Going down. Getting there. Believe in the dwarfs that believe in me. Then we can stairs all the way up. Then it's down to here. It's vertical. 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 And then gear assembly. And I need power like right here, basically. So I'm going to dig this here. Yeah, that'll be fine. I was thinking for a second, I'm like, I'm kind of destroying my old design, and it's like, actually, now that I think about it, it's kind of fine. Because while I am still going to make a lava reservoir somewhere, I'm not going to end up making it the way I thought I was going to initially. Believe in the heart of the fort. The fort's alive? That seems concerning. Okay, let's throw you in here and just use tower cap to keep things color quarterized. Quartered? Color quartered. Yes. A moment when you think your glasses are dirty, but you actually just have a hair in your face. You thought YouTube would be horny on main? You know, I'm not a prude, but my chat really isn't a place to be horny on main. So sometimes it happens, but I try to remove it when it happens. Maybe I'm a bad guy. I don't know. I feel like that's a reasonable thing to do. It's like, Twitch ain't a dating platform. My chat ain't a dating platform, so I kind of just remove it when that happens. So I'm sure they would be. I'm sure anyone would be. But try not to build that kind of chat culture in either chat. YouTube chat is currently discussing coriander. Is there a wee baba? There's a few of them. Let's go to workshops farming. Need a millstone. Is it just furniture? It's such a weird thing. Rock millstones it is. Actually, can I make metal iron millstone? Nope. Rock millstone. What kind well, maybe not what kind of. Do you want a boy baby or a lady baby? Because I think I got both probably. There's quite a few children in this fort. Yeah, which one do you want it? There's a few. I mean, ironic horniness is hysterical. Coriander is delicious, Nilbury. I harvested a fuckload of coriander this year. You're not a millstone? Your name is Millstone. YouTube chat has a millstone in it, chat. I like how YouTube chat works. There's just Millstone just talking all on and on. Zach and Millstone just talking about, like, food and such. And then, like, Geesley just pops into the YouTube chat and says, I'm a cheeseburger kind of guy. Pardon me, Texan here. The only edible food require beef, bun, and potato product. Two bowl? You want two bowl. Okay. Bread, beef, and potato product. Wait. You wanted a baby, but you then asked for a child. Okay, well, make up your mind, but... Noto Casa is 7 years old, or the fifth, and cuts any corners when working on a project. You're probably using ChatGPT to do your homework. Tisk. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and prefers to present himself modestly, and has an active sense of humor. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this. For more than one reason. He rarely feels discouraged, and he is slow to anger, and he is not inherently interested in what others think of him. He starts to stutter when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I always say super thanks, but super chat, YouTube chat. Chat, can I get chats, plural? Can I get a round of beers as a thank you for the super chat and YouTube chat? He personally presents himself modestly and has an active imagination and doesn't focus on material goods. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and often feels discouraged and is slow to anger, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he starts to stutter when he gets angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Both of his parents are alive, and he has a younger sister named Imush, and he's not musical, impatient, and has high stamina. Dreams of raising a family and personally respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and does not value skills related to fighting, like schist, silver, star sapphire, citron, and goat leather, cow hoof, guinea fowls for their social nature, nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the words of the umber sparkles and the sweetness of lilacs. And when possible, prefers to consume blood gnat and purple amaranth beer. Hates slugs. Can't stand them. You like nightmares? Nightmares are like a pretty common interest in this faction, which I think is interesting. I keep seeing this dwarf and thinking there's a ghost. Hiya. Let's go furniture. Mechanics. Make millstones. Hate being a millstone. I mean, hey, it's fine. Currently combing your beard? Mm-hmm. Geesley, get it. You were looking at the night creature part of the wiki and noticed a section on future night creatures? Yeah, I always wonder about those sections because, like, plans for Dwarf Fortress change periodically. Pretty drastically. So I wonder how accurate it still is. What sort of things were in it? Anything particularly noteworthy? No. A vile force of darkness have arrived. Send all the squatties up here. Open this up. Add everybody to it. And enable it. I just need to wait on the backup squad. Snatchers. Think of the children. We've got Scrap Malign. Lywindy returns again! I thought you didn't make it out. Lywindy has been here 4 times. Wow. Welcome back, Lywindy. Also brought Toad. And Nigizbo Foolcruel. Alrighty, Lywindy. Lywindy must just have really good stamina. Are you gonna catch him, Iron? I suppose not. Drosta has been found dead. No! Uh-oh. This seems bad. Wasn't Bone Dolphin who did it. Where's Drosta? Who attacked you? The human beekeeper wasting zombie punches the engraver. So this zombie started it. The dwarf was holding a crutch. You killed a disabled dwarf in cold... Well, I guess it's hard to not kill them in cold blood when you have none. I'm distressed. I don't like this. They tend to do this, yeah, during sieges. They murder people. I'm gonna have to kill that zombie. Although, nope, they're all fighting still. Is it popping back constantly? Okay, so they killed the zombie. Which seems to be the good news. But also Nil the leather worker was found dead. Bunch of dwarves heading to hospital. It's not good. Telling you, it's not good. Anyway, here come the goblins. Kill them before they gain skills. I mean, the dwarves already killed them. There was literally like 30 dwarves on top of them killing them, so I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned. And I think that the other Hollow Slayer is still friendly. Oh, look at this. Drosta got resurrected. That's good, at least. Is that tomb still assigned? Let's unassign that tomb. So fortunately, Drosta's still with us. And the dwarves collide with the goblins. With Iron leading the charge, the militia commander slashes the goblin bowman in the upper body with his short sword. It appears that we have a martial trance for Iron, who is pushing through the goblins before the goblins can even know it hit them. The siege has collapsed. Urvad, the wrestler, did sustain some injuries, and specifically got hit by a bolt in the upper arm, which actually went through his shirt. But nothing that can't be fixed. Well fought, dwarves. And all the stuff gets tossed pretty quick, I would presume. Looks like it will be. And that zombie's body's already done. If a zombie has a tomb, do they get put in there? No. No, they don't. It's basically like assigned to them, like a notable figure would be. Basically, so like if a baron dies, they get a tomb assigned to them type deal. Or they'd get buried in their tomb. So it's like when they die for real this time, basically they get put into a tomb. Speaking of, do I have a dwarf who's putting them in the tomb? Yes. After yelling at somebody in charge. Legendary brewer, hot damn, dude. I've got a lot of dwarves that really need housing, so. Except I made a bunch of housing down here and then didn't assign it because I'm smart. Let's see how many more I will need. One piece at a time. Vento, you died in one of the goblin sieges. Okay, we got a lot of dressing wounds getting done. Or not goblin, ant people sieges. Very sad state of affairs. We all cried. Every single one of us. Even chat cried. Right, chat? It's true. This game has so many guides, and so many of them are terrible. Like, sometimes if I just want, like, personal schadenfreude, I just go, like, read guides for this game. There's so many guides that are just written on outdated information or just stolen information. Like, when I go looking up guides for Dwarf Fort, the number of guides that I find that literally are using screenshots of my videos, it's actually kind of funny. Poor ant people. I mean, I'd be down to negotiate if they were. True story. Like I would be. I absolutely would negotiate with them. They just don't want to negotiate with me. Is that an iron mechanism? Oh, shit. It is. Oh, that's bad. You think I could watch a fort done by just obeying the commands of... no, it wouldn't work. Number one, if everybody just unanimously agreed that ChatGPT was a waste of both time and money and human resources and brain power, the world would be a better place. That's the first take I have for the day. The second one is not only that, but like the day that people stop giving ChatGPT free information will be the day that Microsoft starts to think, maybe people don't actually want this shit. And then it'll start to go away. It'll be a good day. I'm also just going to remake this stockpile. Be easier that way. And also, for reference, you don't need to use ChatGPT to do nonsense in Dwarf Fort because there is a script in DF Hack already that makes DF Hack or that makes Dwarf Fortress literally just play itself. And the reality of that thing is if you just want to see Dwarf Fortress play itself, you would have watched one of the various streams in the past that have done it. And nobody ever watched them in the past. It's been years since any of them were running because nobody watched them back in the day. There was a Twitch chat plays Dwarf Fortress back in the day as well that also nobody watched. It's not the kind of content people watch generally. Like it's an interesting novelty for a little bit, and then very quickly ceases to be an interesting novelty and just becomes a cynical hell pit. Very quickly, usually. So. I mean, if you don't have an imagination and you're not sharing it, because that's kind of like sharing art that you don't own the rights to, which sucks. I got no problem with you running a local, like, image gen model and generating things that you're incapable of imagining. But I would recommend you look into your own imagination and try and work on that. It's a skill. We can all learn it. Okay, so let's see. I think I just told them to assemble something. Yep, assemble adag. I don't want you to do that. Just gonna get the milling plants. I'll just do that. And just hope that they use these ones that are close. I'm also gonna do empty... Oh, no, just not empty bag. Just bag is probably the... Yeah, bags. So, yep. 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 And then you... Take... Give... You... Take and give... You take and give. So now we have mill plants going. What's up, Jezza, Las Vegas? You look a little bit every now and again, hitting a hundo. Yeah, a couple people have hit 100 today. You lost it earlier with the stream disconnect? Really? Shh. Fucking hell, that sucks. Sorry, now I'm even more upset with this stuff. Watch blind stuff. I'm sure he's got something in there. What are you looking for? Zedge? What did they say originally? I missed the first half, I guess. In-game tutorials are pretty good at explaining the stuff. In-game tutorials are a decent place to start, usually, I find. I will just dye cloth when there's of dyeable cloth and unrotten dye items. Yeah, check daily, that's fine. And I will also expand this stockpile out to here. And let's see if there's any crimes that I can convict here. Nope. Well, that's good. I do need a total of 12 chains and cages, though, so let's expand this with more iron chains. I don't quite have enough, nor do I have enough space. You're not good at watch streaks? You don't watch Twitch closely? Yeah, that's fair, Nictus. I don't like things that cause FOMO. I feel bad about FOMO because FOMO is just like maybe one of the more insidious things about the modern world, especially on the internet. And so I'm not super fond of the watch streaks feature, specifically because I can't disable it. Because it kind of goes against my ethics, I guess. Like, it's not something I would have ever turned on if I had the option to not turn it on, basically. So I'm not thrilled with it, but I tolerate it, I guess. Doesn't matter if people are good at Twitch or not, it's just things that cause people to feel left out of something suck. That's all. I think that the Dwarf Fortress tutorials, though, are okay until it plops you right next to a tower with your fortress start. And I've definitely seen it do that to people, and I think that it's kind of funny on one hand, but That's a tutorial in and of itself. I don't know if I agree with that, but okay. All right, well, good news is we are finally getting more materials that we need again, plus also dyeing cloth again, which is also good. So, you know, dyeing cloth, dyeing silk. Do I have auto loom on? I'm in an ad break. Use dyed cloth. Automatically weave dyed thread. We'll just all three at thread. We'll just do it that way. So some of the clothing is going to be fancy and some's not. All right, so now that that's working, let's get some more bedrooms built. The industry is running. Yep, we got clothing industry with many types of cloth, actually. We've got dyed and undyed. We've got cave spider, sheep, llama, giant cave spider, pigtail, and hemp cloth. How's our hides doing, though? Because I also need to make leather. Let's see. Leather. Tanned hide 64. Little bit short on the leather front. I will make a leather worker shop down here, but that's going to actually be a bit of an issue. I'm going to have to change the numbers a little bit. How are we doing today? I'm doing all right, aside from the part where my stream went offline at one point, but we're doing all right. We're doing all right, except for that one thing that made me upset. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. How are you, Andre? Good news is putting roofs on that growing area seems to have stopped the intercontinental ballistic trees, so that's good. From earlier, I didn't know you could sort animal stockpiles by species using search terms. When you restored the fort, it's time to do a cull. Oh, yeah, no, well, it wasn't the stockpiles, it was the animal list that I used. Like, there's a lot of neat little things that you can do in this game that I think some people miss because they're just so used to letting DFHack do it. Or alternatively, they learn from somebody who let DFHack do it, and then they don't let DFHack do it, so it just goes undealt with because the tutorial that you learned was, you know, written by somebody who doesn't play the game in a vanilla state and doesn't know how to do it in a vanilla state, so they just advise that you do it in a way that actually makes less sense when you think about it a bit. What are we doing today, Thomas? I'm making beds and trying to make number go up of population, which, by the way, I should probably just boost the population to where it's supposed to be, but because the goal of this fort is to get 500 dwarves. That is the entire goal of this fort. Nice little boost in bedrooms there. We'll do another one there. Trying to make interesting bedroom patterns without just falling into gridding. But at the same time, I'm constructing like 2x2 squares for these bedrooms, so. I don't know how to do this, so I just plugged in my Game Genie. I don't know if I'd compare Game Genie to DFHack, but it would be like if you're reading a Skyrim guide and it's like, oh yeah, this quest is dumb. So you hit tilde and you type in skip quest command and then skip this quest. And it's like a really boring, repetitive quest, but has interesting things that you do need to know if you want to actually follow the storyline. Like, that's the equivalent there. Also, just a heads up, we've done quite well on resubs today. But streamer here has a daily minimum that he likes to make every stream, which means if he streams roughly 10 hours, he makes roughly minimum wage here. So if you want to help me hit that, we're about 20 bucks away. $20 hairs. We'll get there, I'm sure. Bits leaderboard is still sparse this week, turns out. Record for you. There you go, Andre. Archmatux, yes, that does help. Gets us a few bucks towards it. Thank you very much for the 12 months. The whole year, dude. How bad is Art Workshop overfilling? It just slows the speed down. That's all it really does. Slaughter some yaks, I think. So I do still need a bedroom for my Baron. So I guess I will do it this way. A bedroom and tomb, more specifically. Thinking a patio view of the edge of this. So the Baron's bedroom is going to do this, basically. Clayborn, thank you very much for the raid, C1 Iborn. Hey, chat room, can I get a big round of beers for C1 Iborn? And if you partake, puff on that blunt. It's good to see you, Clayborn. I was watching the making of for an album, a King Gizzard album recently, Clayborn, and there is a bit in the making of said album where two people are arguing about whether or not a synthesizer sounds cool enough, and then the other guy in the background who's kind of not really saying anything is just rolling a blunt. You know it's going to be a good album when those are the shenanigans going on while they're discussing whether or not a synthesizer sounds cool enough. Also, by the way, King Gizzard, pretty good band. Your game just crashed in late winter. My condolences. Wonder if they ever actually got this finished. Yes. I don't see anything after seeing a ram's dead body. Is there a dead ram around here? It's like you're constantly thinking about it, so there must be. It's kind of whack. You were spiritually sighing. You saw King Gizzard once. Ghost opened. That's wild. You saw Ghost open for King Gizzard. That's such an odd combination. How goes the fort? Well, Chad, how goes the fort? I'm a little dissociated with how the fort's doing. How's the fort doing, do you think? Do you think we're doing okay? I think things are going okay. It feels like whenever I think things are going okay, something appears and kills a bunch of people. But fortunately, deaths haven't been that bad today. Just a little bad. Not like consistently terrible, just like could be better, you know? Right, I do need 2 noble tombs, so I will make 2 noble tombs. I'll make them slightly bigger and engrave them. I think it's going well. Population go up. We've got drink. We've got a very active clothing industry currently running, which is pretty good, I think. We've got a fully functional dyeing industry. Unrelated to the zombies, I swear. Lyle the Bard, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Chat, can I get a... Well, apparently that's almost a hype train, actually. Because Alco Lisk has subscribed for 6 months in advance. You guys got 30 seconds. If somebody has $1 in bits or, I don't know, some other form of thing, you could hype train that here on Twitch. Also, thank you, Blink. It's not federal minimum. I live in Canada, so it's not U.S. minimums, that's for sure. But we got these duders that I got to deal with. And also, Anonymous is gifted a subscription, so thank you, Anonymous. Dwarves are waiting for these bloody, cowardly ant peoples to get down here so that we can unexist them one at a time. Come down here, you ants. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's an ant foot. Raul got stabbed, though. It's a worker ant person's thingy. What are you doing? What are you doing here, Dwarf? Well, we were fortunately able to unexist an ant person. I don't think I can tell them to go up here. This is going to be a problem. Let's go around to this side, deal with this ant. We got a dwarf who's in here who's bleeding now. Ahuna, please. Please just run. Don't stay here. You know, you're overexerted. That seems bad. That's another ant queen's leg, and then there's this up here. More free shields for the shield god, and the silly dwarf did the silly and died like a silly. There's fortunately just one left, which is this worker ant woman, who's got 2 shields, and some migrants have arrived. Well, I guess the deaths are replaced by the living. What are you doing, Kib? Why you gotta be like that? I love that the military are all wielding are wielding 2 weapons each. So they can't just like climb and kill these things. They have to actually like, you know, go up there and like fight them, but literally they can't. Okay, so there's one ant person left. I think that's all of them. Looks like it's all of them. All right, you guys go back to training. And Anonymous, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Shout outs to the YouTube chat for covering my daily minimum. And we lost a dwarf. Rest in peace. As for why they decided they must do that, I couldn't tell you. All the shields, so many shields. And spears, actually. They keep bringing me silver and steel spears, which are actually kind of nice. Those are materials I don't have. Twitch chat, for those of you who are interested and or care, there is a hype train happening, which will unlock emotes if you want them. You can take part by throwing at least $1 in bits into the tip jar, or by completely ignoring it. Those are your 2 options. And remember, hype trains are good because Twitch promotes channels that are having hype trains. It's like getting thrown onto the front page of YouTube for a second. And Drosta wishes to join Seedvault. Sure. Welcome to the Fortress proper, Dwarf. Volcanoes also make great trash cans. This is true. I think I referenced that in Gortusk. Oh, look, it also comes with a built-in trash bin. Very briefly. Why doesn't YouTube get hype trains? Because Twitch gets hype trains. I don't know. Because YouTube, like, sort of implements Twitch features, like, 6 months after Twitch does. Which, you know. And then sometimes YouTube implements features and then Twitch tries them and then everybody goes, no, what the heck? Which is what happened to our super chat equivalent, which we had for a minute and then it went away, thankfully. Claiborne, thanks for chucking a sub to Deep Space Renegade. Vibe Trade's about to burn out anyway. Thank you very much, Claiborne. Appreciate you, mate. Wasn't the craziest type chain. Cleared a level. Thanks for the 5 subscriptions. Appreciate you, chat. That's like the bare minimum to even start a hype train in this chat, based on the settings I have. Okay, let's go here and there. There you go. Chat rooms, can I get a round of beers as a thank you? Appreciate you guys. YouTube, you guys can just click the heart button if you want. You guys get easy. You get the easy mode. Appreciation interaction. Keep feeling slightly sleepy. It's like I should just drink my coffee. What am I doing here? Are you doing a small world to help with frames when you reach high pop? It's a small map, not a small world. I mean, it's a 2x2 map. I normally do like 6x6 maps. Or 4x4 or 5x5s. 16 bedrooms. And once again, before somebody asks, the reason I manually assign bedrooms is it gives me a very clear indicator of how many more dwarves need bedrooms, because it removes them from the list as I assign them. Got a very upset baby, turns out. And this is going to be a bedroom for my Baron. Except actually I'm going to knock out some of these, because this is actually just going to be a window. I'm going to get 2 doors. Unsuspend that. I'm going to get two chests. 2 cabinets. If I have a statue lying around, I'll give you a statue. There we go. And, up to the top here. That's probably a bad idea. Let's make you out of materials I know. Look at this. Gonna go right here. Gonna go gem window. Some diamonds in there. Put a wall piece right here. Doing a big versus small map, not world. Doesn't make a difference. Big worlds load kind of slower. The one thing that I would say would be difficult for a novice about a big world is if you don't settle on the same continent as your home faction, there is a chance you may not actually get migrants ever. So that's about the only caveat I would say about a large world. Peasant withdraws from society. I wonder what you claim. Yeah, I don't think that there's too much of a difference there. Oh, you've claimed the... Ooh. Dabbling weaponsmith. We're going to get a legendary weaponsmith. 20-year-old weaponsmith, eh? Let's see what you grab. I will follow you, dwarf. Do children require rooms? No, but they get happier if they have them. And it gives them places to give their stuff to. Just like everybody. They don't require them. They won't claim them. They'll generally just share with their family, but they, you know, who doesn't want their own bedroom? Would you like to share a room with your children? Or with your sisters? Or with your brothers? Or family members? My general rule of thumb with Dwarf Fortress is if you treat dwarves like actual humans with the same logic as actual humans, they generally stay happier. You can't do ideal with YouTube? I don't know if you can do ideal with Twitch either. Can you do ideal with Twitch? Because I don't have that here. Like, it's not something you use in Canada, really. Hauling hematite. Iron bars, hematite, and ash logs. Shining bars of metal. What up? Dropped and moved. What you going for? Huh. Wool cloth specifically. Intriguing. Not really. I mean, I apparently have to make warhammers because one of my nobles is demanding it. But I started off with iron swords. I haven't found any flux. Literally the only type of stone so far I've found is shale because I haven't gone any deeper yet. But now that the caves are pretty much under control, I should go deeper. But I'm currently just prioritizing bedrooms for dwarves because I think that they kind of need those. But I'm curious as to what this dwarf makes. He's about to make himself a career, if nothing else. Where are you headed? That's curious. Explains the color conventions? Yeah, because it's literally the only type. Because I've only gone down as far as the first cavern layer. I haven't gone further than that. It's almost trading season, too. I'm sure we'll have plenty of clothing to trade. Also need to brew some booze. Ideal is it's a form of money transfer that's popular in Holland. It's used for most forms of online payments. Contrary to popular belief, bicycles are not the main form of currency in Holland. Not size of Overworld? Oh, I don't know. That's just up to you. I would just leave it on default under the regular guy. I just wouldn't edit it. So hazelwood logs, 2 pieces of hematite, iron, llama wool cloth, and rough moss agates. Neat. All right, let's go down a little bit. What do you think, chat? This is as far down as we've gone, and the area where we go down is why don't we go down around here? Because if we go down around here, then these dwarves can defend against things that come out of here. Let's also check in on iMiner. How are you doing, I? Grouchy after drinking the same old booze. We gotta get some more variety up in here, I think. How many necromancers am I sitting at? I've been seeing them running around a lot. Got a 4th one. Okay, fine. This right here is going to be a bedroom given to my Baron. Bearded military dwarf. Got it. Welcome back to the land of the dwarfed, C1 Iborn. Just let me real quick get this going. And just make this into a tomb. And give it to my Baron. And give this a tomb. And give it to my Captain of the Guard. Because those are the 2 dwarves that require it. Yep. And, well, rather, not Okay, capture the guard doesn't require it, but I gave you one anyway. Military. Which squad do you want to be in? Do you want to be in the cavern squad or the upper squad? Because we got the upper squad, which is currently just training right here. And then we got the cavern squad, which is currently training down here. I should actually make another set of iron gear. Let's do iron greaves, iron helm, iron breastplate, iron gauntlets. Cavern? Okay. We got Urvad. We got Ton. We got Lore. We got Raul. Any pref? I mean, this one seems like not a great one. Wants to craft an object. Is improving crutch walking. Are you walking with a crutch? I like that this dwarf just has bolts stuck in his leg. Like, hold on. You're holding a shield, a crutch, and a sword in your right hand. That's talent. You want lore? Okay. Oh, boy. Claiborne is off. And also, by the way, thanks again for the raid. It really means a lot. I know the shout out went through, but I don't believe I actually said thank you for it. All right. Because like my stream went offline earlier, so it kind of had me bummed out. So that helps me recover it. Really does. Often is sad and dejected, has a greedy streak, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and likes to brawl. Finds obligations confining, though he values the concept of loyalty, and is troubled by his natural tendencies, as he has little interest in joking around. He's quick to form negative views about things and doesn't seek out excitement, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and sees competition as reasonably important and values tradition. Likes lead, pineapple, opal, and giant wild boar hoof. Pigtail fabric in the color sky blue. Tables, goblins, for their terrifying features, and the words of the bonk of reticence, and the sound of the adorable satin, and the sight of the festive blossom, and when possible prefers to consume cranberry wine, and hates hamsters. Also, just as a reminder, we have a command, which is ! characters. If you're curious about who are notable dwarves who are not named after dwarves in the fort, type in ! characters in the Twitch chat. You're a passing acquaintance with some random stoneworker. You weren't in my previous fort. And you got here in the year 399 in the springtime. And you're horrified after seeing a goblin die. Probably because you like them. Fun fact, chat. Dwarves can only be outdrank by 2 animals in Dwarf Fortress. Hamsters. Not hamster people, hamsters. And gnomes. Because hamsters in real life can consume more alcohol based on their weight than any other living mammal. Or creature. They're not mammals, I know, but they're rodents. Peasant. Stukos has created Mishosagalak, an iron warhammer, and offers it to the small farm. Being specific here, Moheb, but sure. That's still dope, though. I think I'm going to give Stukos his own one of these. Button! That's a really big number, dude. Hey, chat. That is one of the highest resub numbers you could possibly have in this chat. The highest possible would be 87. But Fog, thank you very much for the 83rd month. Appreciate you. Hope you've been well, dude. I do have a few actual legendary dwarves. I've got a legendary armorsmith and a legendary weaponsmith. Is the hamster you never knew? A little bit weirded out by the fact that there's no trees growing down here. I was kind of expecting trees to grow down here. Oh. So, the good news is, chat, me building a ceiling over this did in fact stop the intercontinental ballistic trees. The bad news is there's still intercontinental ballistic trees. They're just stuck in my roof. With a little bunch of new things, not gonna lie. Like, good things, though? Taiwan is king? Yep. I mean, they do make the world's, like, computer processors, basically. Thanks for the Prime sub. So, the question is, who gets that Warhammer? I'm pretty sure Iron is a Hammerlord, aren't you? I think I'm going to give it to Iron. It's fitting that Iron has an Iron Warhammer and also is a legendary Hammer Dwarf. That's just fitting. What? Ballistic trees? You may have missed that when you went to sleep. So an intercontinental ballistic tree is when you cave in the surface of an area, and then trees, instead of growing in the area that you've caved in, grow on the surface still, but with no ground there, causing them to fall and explode. And as you can see, there are trees in midair right here that are still growing where the land was, but aren't. So instead, they're just bursting through my roofs. So what I might do is build supports underneath them so it looks like wood, like stone or something is supporting them, and just not chop them down. I do think it's kind of a cool aesthetic, actually. Like here, let's do a quick save here. I'll show you what I mean. I will show you what I mean in Stone Sense, actually. But Greymane, probably. The military will be very strong. The thing is, like, I don't really have much plan to actually attack stuff. So it's just going to be like the local militia, but it's probably going to be a very large local militia. Intercontinental bark missiles? Is that just a missile that, like, when it lands, it just turns into a inflatable pooch? Like, it just lands and just goes poosh, and just inflates? It's oddly pretty. Nature always takes over. Oh, yeah, no. Like, well, one of my favorite things in reality is just, you know, pictures of buildings that are completely taken over by, like, ivy and trees and such. Okay, let's see if I can not do this without the game crashing. It's loading. Ha! Didn't crash. Then the next thing I need to do is... Hey, chat! Anybody happen to know what command is to make all these things go away? I can never remember. It's... Might be an F1 or something. Nope. I can never remember. I think that, yeah, it's hold control. Isometric Dwarf Fort, this is a DFAC plugin. And it sucks, it makes the game crash all the time. Do not try and play, do not ever unpause while running this, though. It is a neat visualizer, though. I do not... Well, that closed it. Don't touch the game while it's loading, because it will 100% crash the game 99% of the time. And then cry. It's because No Moria's open source version, and also I think base No Moria used traced assets from this. That's why. Does anybody know how to remove this stuff? Like the text? I can go look it up. Is it F2? I swear I hit F2. Okay, well, I guess it is F2. Thank you! All right, yeah, no, this is what it looks like. I think that does actually look pretty cool. And then this is the actual fortress itself. We still have the wagon on top of it. And then the livable area is this. And then this is the area that I caved in. Looks pretty cool, I think. You can also see the different ore veins through it. So, like, this is all iron ore down here. If I move up a layer, you know, kind of ruins it a little bit, but that's that stockpile area with all the animals. This is the actual surface area. If I go down a little bit, this is the caverns right here. It is cool to look at. Like, don't get me wrong. But you just remember, you can't really unpause the game while it's doing its thing. Oh, and it also provides some spoilers, sort of. But, you know. Only stuff that you can see. Because you can see stone types that you wouldn't normally be able to see. But yeah, it's pretty dope looking. And there is a way to just do big screenshots of, I think, the whole map. I can't remember what the hotkey is, but... Uh-oh. I may have just crashed the game. Yep. Yep. That's why I did the hard save. Are you playing on the same version? Because beta branch versions aren't loadable in non-beta branch. Like, beta branch installs are not loadable in non-beta branch save files. That's the only thing that I could think of, though. Aside from that, no, I have not had any issue. Which is funny, because, like, basically nobody has added to it in a very long time. Okay, Bemble, are you satisfied with your bedroom? You pretty much are. Glass still needs a bedroom, though. Or a dining room. And you're in there getting tended to and are thirsty. I was also going to do a thing down here, which I don't think I ever got around to doing. Which is making this right here into a well. Okay, let's follow you as you dig down. Yeah, that would be the only thing I could think of. That one. You haven't had a computer since February? Oh boy. It's been a long time since I've gone that long without a computer. Holy shit, limestone! I can start making steel. Which means I would set limestone to be non-economic. Oh my god, we got like a bunch of upset dwarves all of a sudden. Starting to think that my military needs a break. I'm going to take this squad and set them to no orders and remove them from training for a little bit. Just let them go clear their needs. I may also do the same with this squad. That's what I was looking for. We have found an expansive cavern deep underground, chat. What lies down there? Treasures, gold, dead dwarves that we haven't realized died yet. Monsters aplenty. Good shit. Ooh. Tetrahedrite looks like. Conglomerate, tetrahedrite. Lots of tetrahedrite. I heard there are some fungi down there. Mm-hmm. Ah. Found the aquifer. It's bound to happen eventually. There isn't much aquifer over on this side, though. Hmm. I feel like probably the best area to dig down into here would be like right here. Let's do that. This will just have to be dug out and made into a upstair, which is easy enough. Except you, I can just cancel and just do this. Up only, please. Thank you. And this one I can just channel out. Not worry about. Fill up real quick. Let's go to labor, stone use, and then go to limestone. And then I'm going to go to here. And just double check. Is limestone set to be in here? Yes, I think. No, that's just metals. Let's do limestone in this stockpile. And limestone in this stockpile. And then add them to this. And then we can make pig iron bars times 10. Hello, UGDPY. How are you? It's good to see you. We're up to 136 dwarves. Can't wait until the population actually gets embiggened. Limestone is a fluxstone? Yep. Found one finally. Took a while, but we got there. Which also means that, like... Also, hold on a second. Chat, this is a third cavern layer, isn't it? So I probably missed one. Time for crystal glass? With what sand exactly? Where do you see sand? I don't see sand. If I've missed the sand, I'm certainly not seeing any anywhere. So yeah, we've missed a cavern layer. But yeah, do let me know what sand you're seeing here, because I'm not seeing any. You know, I'll be honest with you, I never noticed that flux stones were all the same shape until somebody in chat pointed it out to me. And probably never would have noticed that they were all the same shape unless somebody pointed it out in chat to me, and until somebody finally did. Let's actually just fill in this wall. And also fill in this wall. And these are going to have two things. It's going to have weapon trap filled with these. Let's just do 4 in each. Oh, right. Yeah, I restarted the game, didn't I? So I have to turn my settings back together. I'll use the corkscrew. Could also start using those warhammers, because I don't really want to use warhammers for actual weaponry. Because iron warhammers aren't bad, but come on. We can probably do better. First time here. Hello. It's good to see you. Stealth, welcome back. It's good to see you again. I hope that you've had a good time away. I presume that this is just, you mean first time seeing this fort, because I know for a fact you've been here before. Don't you try and trick me with that. I see through your skills and spells. I'm also going to throw a door in here once that's ready. There you go, burning alive. Please don't burn alive, though. What? Ah. Fascinating. Well, I found the wet caves. Oh, those are gems. Okay, I was like, what the heck are those? I guess I can just dig out most of this. Why not? Because this is all just limestone. Hell yeah. Limestone and gems. That's a lot of crundles. Look at that vile force of crundle. I'm terrified. Let's see, how are we at? Yeah, it's just a pile of crundles. Well, we found the crundle pit. It's terrifying, truly. I'd like to dig all the way over here to see what's on this side. Crundles on parade, naturally. The vilest force of darkness. Wow, this is just a lot of water, isn't it? Crundle mosh pit. Yeah! Crundles are the vilest force of darkness in Dwarf Fortress. Fog. They do their best to be as annoying as possible, while trying and attempting desperately to cause damage to your fortress and generally failing miserably, except for when they don't, by canceling a very important job right as you actually needed it to happen. You would love to be a Crundle? You know, I point this out to people sometimes. They're Dwarf Fortress's minions. Do you still want to be a Crundle? Because I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to be a Crundle. Egg-laying minions, yep. And then this layer down here needs to be smoothed as well. Through natural means? Of course. How else would they lay eggs? There's no such thing as an unnatural egg, I hope. I would like to mine out this, so this is going to become some very sloppy caverns. Because I'm just going to queue up a bunch of this stuff. And these are just going to all get canceled as quickly as they mine, but at the very least, we'll be able to actually mine some of it. And get some other materials up in here. And get some tetrahedrite. Which will be good for the whole fort. See how this layer up here is doing. Wow, that's a lot of cobwebs. Okay, so sudden lag. It's probably dwarves rushing down into the caverns. Let's see. Also, we need to be very aware of scary monsters down here. Ah! Found them. They hunger. The heads. They hunger. The hungriest of heads. Holy crap, that's a lot. How many hungry heads is that? Okay, not actually that many. Never mind, it is that many. That's, Well, found the source of the slowdown. Fortunately, they're not that dangerous. Some of you may remember this, but a couple forts ago, I had a cavern for a portion of the fort, and there was a section in the third cavern layer, and there was just, like, how do I word this? There was a portion of the cavern that was, like, exposed that we could see, and there was just a mosh pit of hungry heads that slowly was growing, and at one point there was about 70 hungry heads just sitting in about a 10-tile radius, and then a forgotten beast that was made of grime and filth that had deadly dust appeared, except all the deadly dust did was it made things projectile vomit. So all of the hungry heads just started vomiting everywhere, and because it was just a ball of grime and filth, it couldn't actually damage the hungry heads. So basically what ended up happening was there was just puke everywhere. Like, it filled the entire cavern up with puke. It was kind of beautiful. All right, so now we just wait for the military to come down. Fortunately, hungry heads aren't really that dangerous. They're just kind of annoying. Vomit machine? Yeah, no, it was funny. And the creature couldn't damage them, and they couldn't damage it. So I basically just sat there for a bit laughing at them and then lined up my mark swords and got them to shoot them. May have actually been Godly Tombs, actually. I think it was Godly Tombs. I don't think that made that into the video. It was amusing, though. Isn't a chocolate egg an unnatural egg? You know, I'd be willing to listen to that argument. Chat, is a, like, Easter egg an unnatural egg? Or is that just an egg-shaped novelty item? Because to me, that's more just an egg-shaped novelty item. More important question. Is Northern Lion a natural egg? Almost certainly, because I think that Northern Lion might be like the original format that eggs are available in. Poultry farmers disagree, though, I think. Oh my god. Are we even able to get back here? As we just run around just murking all of these hungry heads. Militia commander bashes the hungry head in the right wing with his hammer, bruising the muscle, charges, collides, and it's knocked over. And then bashes the hungry head in the head, surprise, with his iron hammer, bruising the heart, which is located in its head, which is also hungry. I wonder if hungry heads are butcherable. Or tameable. Just all of the pieces of hungry heads flying everywhere. Oh, that's grim, but also very funny. Okay, I'm going to put some cage traps around. Just a few. Because I'm kind of hoping to train some cavern critters. Because I think that would be a lot of fun. And also, we should probably just hack down some of these trees. Because honestly, who doesn't want some colorful wood? Uh-oh. Bunch of hungry heads over on this side, too. Fortunately, hungry heads, like I said earlier, are not that destructive. They're mostly just annoying. Headshots only. It's impossible to do anything other than headshots with them. Great aim practice, you know? Platypus eggs are unnatural. True. I would tend to agree that there's almost nothing natural about a platypus. Okay, how many hungry heads have I killed? I've caged 2. Yep, they are not trainable. Okay, so there's nothing I can do with the hungry heads. It's a bit of a shame, but there's less fortunate things, it turns out. I think this one, if any of them, is going to be the one that I'm going to lock up. It's a bit far. Also this. Keep them in jars and it would be peak Futurama energy? You're not wrong. I'm not going to disagree with that. Okay, I may actually get this squad training down here for a bit. Let's go up to here and jump over to the body pile, which is right here, which needs to be thrown away. I don't have a dwarf named Zom who needs a tomb, do I? Oh, I do. Wait, no. Yes, I do. I have a few dwarves who need tombs, apparently. Crap. Let's just go down to here and go over to this. I thought that okay. Maybe a dwarf didn't die here. Oh, I see. There's your hands. Would a sentient hungry head be satisfied for nudity by wearing a hat? I'm going to need to contemplate that statement for the next 8 to 10 business days. And we'll have to rethink my life's decisions and choices. Also, my question, though, on that matter is, can they use hats as... can they use a bag as a hat? I will be right back.
It's a unit. Flubberdubberdoggadoggies.
Oh, perfect timing. I decided to check my blood sugar right when the ad break runs. Elfie, thank you for gifting a sub to Shy. Appreciate you. Flight, I think they would need a Gaulish, or just like, you know, one of those plastic shopping bags that are illegal here now that cats tend to get stuck in. Those would do it, right? Ah. Don't have enough millable unrotten plants. Time to just go down here and harvest a bunch of dimple cups. Amongst other things, probably. And also over here and harvest more dimple cups. And also, let's see, did they make pig iron? 2 pig iron bars. We are making pig iron, that's good. Make pig iron here. And steel. While you're over here making iron stuff, which is okay. I'm gonna go into this and dig those 2 out, and let's make some more houses. While I'm waiting on everything else to happen, I'm also going to block this off with wall pieces. You've never seen a cat run on a wall till today? All right, so that cat has earned a new name. It's no longer whatever the name of the cat was previously. They're now officially Neo, or just simply the Chosen One. It's up to the cat to decide, I would suggest. I've seen cats run on the walls. Like, I've seen cats do wall runs. Which is always like, oh, what? Excuse me, bud. You're not allowed to, like, deny gravity. You know, humans have flat earthers. Cats just have gravity deniers. Momentarily ignoring the laws of physics. Yeah, pretty much. That or they're just too dumb to understand that there are laws of physics, and so they just break them unknowingly. One, two, three. Yeah, one of the cats I used to live with would, like, do that. If you'd startle her, she would, like, bounce off the wall. Like, she would, like, jump and, like, kick, not quite kick flip, but, like, I think you understand the movement I'm trying to explain. Like a video game wall run, basically, where she would just, like, jump next to a wall and then, like, throw her feet out and then, like, bounce. Cat had a lot of energy. Kind of envied it. You have 12, you live in a constant... How? What? Okay, explain. Why? Are they all related? And was it an accident? Or was this like something you did to yourself intentionally? You cannot just say that you have 12 cats and just like leave it at that. Also, I know somebody who used to stream on Twitch, who I don't think has streamed in several years. who had 27 cats. But in her defense, they were all farm cats. So they all lived mostly outside, and they weren't sure where any of them were at a given time. Is my name Bubbles? Whose name Bubbles? Also, I like to think I'm getting better at reading both chats as time goes by slowly. So that's kind of cool. All right. It's a good chunk of new bedrooms. Holy shit, get Dimple Cup spawn. I have a lot of Dimple Cup spawn, it turns out. Mayhaps it be time to grow more Dimple Cups. And also increase the amount of brews we brew when we brew. Because currently it's set to 30. Let's just do 500 for brewing. And say if number of drinks is below 300, do it. Get her done. So when we took them, she was pregnant and we didn't know and we kept the kittens. Wife's fault, tried to get them fixed, COVID delays. Then she got pregnant again. We kept kittens, my fault. Okay. That makes sense. That's kind of terrifying. But also, I hope you have the space for it. At least they're cute, right? So you can't get too mad at them for most things, because at least they're adorable. Hello, DS. How are you? Cat explosion IRL. Yeah. Slow motion cat explosion. Okay, so over here, well, actually, just gonna get this stuff out of here. Just gonna expand the size of this a little bit. Tired and sore from day of travel? Where'd you go, if I can ask? An elf snatcher is visiting. A naked elf snatcher? She's a member of the Malicious Doors, a performance group. Not very good at lying, I would presume. NYC for business? Gotcha. Well, glad you had safe travels. I know somebody who was flying to TwitchCon today from Florida, and he got delayed initially because he was like things held him up while he was trying to get to the airport. Got to the airport, made it to his flight right before his first flight took off. His second flight, he caught the second flight just barely, and then the second flight couldn't take off because the cabin depressurized unexpectedly on the runway. So, glad you flew safe, mate. I think I'm going to interrogate this character if I have cold cases, which I do. Because they're literally a snatcher. I'd love to know what crimes you've committed, elf. And also, I'm going to go over to here real quick. And I'm going to make furnace, just a magma forge. Except I'm going to very briefly go into stone use. And make these workshops out of it. And then I'm going to go back into stone use and remove that. Oh, trader time. Wait, what? Oh. I see. You're too busy making rock blocks to do this. Quit it. Section of cavern has collapsed? I'm not sure how that happened. Did my population just drop? Locum, who's a butcher. Nope, you're still alive. Okay, that's good. So many hungry heads. We've got a bit of an infinity stack of hungry heads here. Yeah, I was worried somebody got crushed for a second there. The youngest is a bit of a drama queen. Each time they wanted to play, she lightly jumps on her. Lightly meows. Sounds like a young cat. Cats are just energetic when they're young. Just like most creatures. It's pretty decent training, though. Do I have a preferred biome? Nope. If you ask chat, I play on different things just about every fort. I think that it's possible to have a preferred biome if you don't play that much of a video game, but I play this game a lot, so I crave variety. So anything to make the runs different from one another, I go for. I actually have quite a lot of things to sell, which is pretty good. Probably also have a lot of crafts I can sell as well. Yes. Here's the thing, Celestine. I only just noticed that now that you mentioned it, because I definitely didn't see it initially. You already have a dwarf in this fort, because your dwarf from the last fort arrived in this fort. Knowing that, would you still like a dwarf? Or would you like me to refund that? Or would you like to pass it on? It's up to you. 'Tis completely your call. All right, Chad. Now's your best chance to get a dwarf without paying for it. So tell Celestia exactly how much you will bribe them. There's a new dwarf born. This is true. Baby did just get born. Seeing, is there any spears I don't really want to use? Some bows. We'll send those out. And I'll sell these querns, assuming they're not too heavy. Lanix meets with the outpost liaison. Let's check. Nope, neither of them have them. There's much to share. I'm going to continue importing coal, which is what I imported before, but then I missed trading that year because I was very distracted by everything dying constantly, which is what was happening when they tried to trade last year. Why am I not seeing stone here? Elfie Bean is being gifted a dwarf, and Suited Giraffe would like to give a dwarf to Bastet. Chat, do we give a dwarf to Bastet? It's up to you guys to vote yes or no. Stone. That's stone blocks. Where the heck? Am I losing the last of my vision? There it is. They want goblets and sheet. All right. And Bone Dolphin is tantruming again. Is that elf not here anymore? Nope, they are still here. There's also a zombie here now, too, who is a ringleader. All right, that's it. Both of yous are getting interrogated. All right. What's the worst dwarf in my fort? Probably, I don't know. There really isn't a worst dwarf, because nobody's, like, been a problem, really. Any of them, though, any of the ones that are, that died in a particularly entertaining way are probably the best ones, though. So, first off, Elfie, what kind of dwarf would you like? I know what Bastet's demands are. Suited, what kind of job should I give Bastet? Do you think? Where's the hammer when you need him? Well, I don't really have one assigned right now. I just need the captain of the guard to just do their job. I mean, just as an example, let's check. It's going to remove all other tasks. Just go do your task. You should only have one. Currently, they're storing an item in the stockpile. Oh, look at all these crimes being reported. Excellent. Who is reporting the crimes? Rasta. Great. Seems like Bone Dolphin is fighting with people again. Who works with food or critters? I guess Thresher it is. You want a baby? Elfie wants to, or Bastet wants to be a baby. Do you want to be Elfie's baby? Because you could be. Elfie Bean can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and enjoys the company of others. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and tends to hang on to grievances, is quite ambitious, is slow to anger, and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She likes a little excitement now and then, and can handle stress, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees competition as wasteful and foolish. And sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. She likes orthoclase, brass and amber opal, muskox horn, and giant magpie bone. Good. I'm glad you like them dead. Pigtail paper and the color cinnamon. Cubes, maces, and quivers, and scepters, and ticks for their ability to expand. Gross. And the words of the mauve fragrance and the sound of the adorable satin and the sight of the droplets of glitter and when possible prefers to consume tuber beer, naff seed oil, and persimmons, and absolutely hates mussels. She has a broad chin and her hair is clean shaven. She's a member of the Ocean of Ashes, the Work of Spray, and a former member of the Last Fortress. So you're actually in the last fort as well. You're married to Autumn, who's a brewer, and you have a daughter named Yushad. She probably needs her diaper changed, I guess. You have lots of friends in the fort, which checks out. And I think that there's like a dead ram. So, hold on, where? Let me check something. I was gonna say maybe it's all this stuff, but yeah, I think we need to get these dealt with. Just looking to see if any of these are definitely dwarves. Ah, you are. Yeah, I mean, with dead RAM, the computer will never turn on again as well. It's really quite a shame. Also, I just learned that Elfie Bean has 2 dwarves, I think. Wait, nope, never mind. I misread that. Bastet. Does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Rarely develops negative feelings towards things and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. She's confident under pressure and presents herself modestly. Frowns on any flashy accoutrements and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Isn't particularly ambitious and is a friendly individual and is slow to trust others and often feels discouraged. Is assertive and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Has a greedy streak and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and needs alcohol to get through the working day and really wants a drink. Mom, give your child a drink. She personally sees the attainment of knowledge as important and doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of crafting a masterwork. She likes fine pewter, fire, opal, and candlenut wood. Nautilus shell, shields, hoods, and cabinets. And the words of the mauve fragrance, and when possible prefers to consume banded knifefish and hates hamsters. Me too. She says Bama. She really thinks it's a Bama that she hasn't had any alcohol in a while. Good old 6-hour nap. Yep. Welcome back to the land of the not napping. And, I'm going to follow the captain of the guard for a minute. Oh, that's good. Oh, look, Ast has been found dead. Who I presume was one of my military dwarves, who I also presume was sleeping, because otherwise he wouldn't have died so fast. 2 of my dwarves died almost immediately. Well, that's 3 of my Claiborne died. Really? This is like a pretty good squad too. What the hell? Also, well done, Ton. Wow. That's never a good time. Which one of you idiots did that? Oh, it was Emperor Iron. Sir Udon just did fucked up bad. Anyway, Emperor Iron is now dead. Rest in peace to the happy couple. Emperor Iron was found dead. Manon was dead. The Hollow Slayer was found dead. Another Hollow Slayer was found dead. We lost 2 zombies that just got risen almost immediately. And now we're fighting with 2 more zombies. This is why having necromancers in the vicinity is a bad idea, chat. There's also this intelligent undead Ant-Man. Are you friendly? Yep, they are. I'm slightly tempted to use DF hack to make them join me. I need to just start filling this up with... Oh, he's climbing on the ceiling. I'm sad that Emperor Iron died because Emperor Iron... Are you a ghost? You are. I'm sad that Emperor Iron died because Emperor Iron was the that dwarf that was... It was the only male dwarf that I had a husband, but also a kid. The twinning faces are now dead. Rest in peace. It was an entertaining little storyline to follow that. Ant friends? There's nothing friendly about them. Those are dead ant friends, which are the only kind of ant friends. Ones that are dead. Our other me lives on. Yep. No, other you is still alive. I think I only have one of these, and I think it's got a memorial on it. Yep. Okay, so I've got to make some slabs because I got some ghost problems. Trying to keep up with tombs here, but it's a challenge sometimes. Is there a reason tombs are bigger than bedrooms? Because ideally there's more living dwarves than dead ones. They're also definitely lower value. The only actual answer to that question is because that's how I did it. So... Nope, that's just normal iron. All right, most of the dwarves are currently trading, so... Oh boy. The Forgotten Beast Uzdam Exposis has come, an enormous skinless Dimitrodon. It has a square shell and a gaunt appearance. Beware its fire. Ah. Bye-bye, good night, everyone. We'll see you later, Moreb. Trying to think if there's even a way I can actually fight this thing. Because that's terrifying. I think what I have to do is just turn on the burrow. Lock everybody in the outside of the underground. Although my elephants are down here. All right, dwarves, it's time to be fucking brave. Right now is your only opportunity to truly prove your worth as a Dwarven warrior. No, they won't. The elephants will 1000% die. Elephants are strong, but they're not invincible. So my hope is that it comes up to the edge around this side. Fortunately, if the dwarves fall into the water, they won't drown. All right, here we go, chat. Wish me luck. Give me the biggest wish of luck you could possibly chuck in my general direction because we need it. Oh god, don't go that way. Okay, it's coming back. Somebody just blocked it. Just gonna go do a thing real quick. I'm also in an ad break, which is why I'm gonna go do a thing. Gonna go over to here and I'm gonna type in engraved memorial. It's gonna be from Mebzith. So it is right here. Dung's died. Shit dead. It is right next to this flooring, meaning these dwarves can actually attack down and hit it. I don't know why, but I've kind of taken just like... I haven't really stated this out loud, but a lot of forts recently, I've just kind of ignored the Forgotten Beast setup point and the caverns as well. My goal is to kind of hold and maintain the caverns in this fort. You know, like, keep up with the beasts as they arrive kind of deal. Also, this is enough of a reason for me now to make sure that I have Mark's Dwarves up and running before the next thing like this happens. Not often a dwarf has the height advantage. Maybe in my designs relatively frequently. Also, these dwarves need a break real bad. Stressed and winded? Oh, no. Oh. Huh. All right, chat. Wish these dwarves luck. Fireballs are flying. Also, the water will immediately extinguish the fire. Forgotten Beast misses them. Forgotten Beast hurls a ball of fire. Okay. There's suddenly blood appearing. Whose blood is it? Hungry Head and Goblin Blood. Well, that's positive, I think. Hammerlord punches the Forgotten Beast. Strikes the Forgotten Beast. They are hitting it. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her Iron Warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. It's having trouble breathing. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot with her Iron Warhammer. The Hammerlord scratches the Forgotten Beast in the third toe in the rear foot, tearing the fat and bruising the bone. The Hammerlord bashes it again, bruising the muscle. It is bleeding, shaken to the core. Have you hit it? Says, I was attacked. I'm not panicking. I have improved my dodging, and that was not satisfying. Well, okay then. Panics after being attacked. Sure. Good. Good, good, good. Dwarves are bad at lying. You know that? The creature is fighting with the dwarves. I think we may have this, chat. And the Forgotten Beast blood is spurting up out of the water onto the surface, and the creature is dead. Whoa. Sword Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast with her Ithek, chipping the bone. I think that's a sword, right? Yep. Didn't get the kill, though. Who did get the kill? Call you Flame. Esm Flame, the prim actions, is satisfied upon improving striking. Stab the Forgotten Beast in the head with a steel spear, chipping the skull and tearing the brain. That's probably the best place that we could have fought it, and I completely agree with Havoc in the YouTube chat. I completely agree. Like that is possibly the best place we could have fought it. But I really hope I can give these dwarves a break. Like, genuinely, I hope that we can give these dwarves a break. Because I want to see these dwarves just go do some chores and things, you know? I'm also going to take you off of mining. Just keep your gear on. Oh boy. Okay, so that was exceptionally stressful, by the way. Because all that thing needed to do is get up onto land, and we'd lose. Pretty handedly, most likely. Let's see how the trading depot stuff is coming along. Getting there. Let's check this. Ah. So we've got espionage against my fortress. And 2 counts of disorderly conduct. But it appears that that person left before, you know, I had the opportunity to actually punish them. So no crimes are getting punished today. You lay on her. It's a resilient cat. Let's just get tomb and tomb. Some migrants have arrived. I would like to see who's arriving, so I'm just gonna do this for a sec. Hello, Hobo. How are you? Feeling better than yesterday? There we go.
Yeet.
Items are getting placed in tombs. Maybe you shouldn't do that, dwarf. Much better. Good to hear. Thalmas. High Master Glazer. Zygon. Child. Dwarf. All right, something else I need to do. I need to make Mark's Dwarf squad. We'll say armor, headwear, legwear, handwear, footwear, shields, crossbows. We're going to call it crossbow. And, really? I don't have a single Mark's Dwarf in this fort? Okay, well, I'll just assign some peasants then. Give them a hobby to partake in. More dwarves. More dwarves. Not bad. How many died from the attack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because a bunch of dwarves were sleeping during the actual attack. This is why that happened the way it did. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to check if it was done. Maybe it got canceled. I see. Craft Store Guild has many members in here and now needs a guild hall. I thought I made a Craft Store Guild. I suppose I didn't. It wasn't this the Craft Store Guild? No, that's the Engraver Guild. Got it. Okay. Okay, well, we'll have to deal with that. Let's trade. You know that sound bit so much. It's like the highlight of your day. Okay, so there is some heavy stuff in here, which is these querns, I think. So if I can sell the querns, I will. Otherwise, it's not a huge deal. Buy the turkey and the peahen. Buy all their ale, unless there's any silly stuff in here. There is some brown recluse spider venom, which would be pretty brutal to encounter. Chips and plaster, quicklime. Buy all the bags with the exception of the quicklime. Didn't bring any coal? You traders. It's one thing I asked for. It must have been the year that I missed. But I thought I asked for more last year. Let's bring in some of these because I'm lazy. Let's bring in this. Could bring in books, but Oh, actually, I know what I need. I'm an idiot, chat. Do you ever suddenly just feel really stupid? Because that's me right now. I need to make a temple. Because I had a Anything Goes temple and I deleted it at the beginning of the stream to be able to build this room. But I don't think actually, it's not that I don't think. I haven't remade it yet. So I have a temple. I really need to make a temple. I think we should put the temple over by the Baron's living quarters, maybe over here. Because I think that this would be a good spot for a temple. Well, I think it depends on what they mean by toss, but yeah, you shouldn't literally throw your cats. It's a good way to make a really misbehaving cat, because cats can kind of tell when you don't give a shit. Like, cats are dumb, but they're also smart enough to know if you're being mean to them, which can make them just misbehave. That being said, I used to toss my cats out of the room, not literally, but figuratively. Banish them from the room when I lived with cats. And if I was trying to sleep during the day when I worked night shift when I lived with cats, I would lock them outside. Because to hell with it. You do not have the right to keep me awake, you lousy little fuck animals. I mean, you lousy little fucks. That's the word I was looking for. You know, I always wondered that about bee venom, because bee venom is something that sometimes shows up in barrels. It's like, how many bees were killed in the making of this barrel? But I guess the answer to that question is dwarves have very small hands. And clearly this world has very large brown recluse spiders. It's one of the two. I personally like to think that dwarves are just really good with tweezers and syringes. Who's the least happy child? There you go. Should elect wasp venom, no killing necessary? Or like snake venom, also no killing necessary. I was going to make, what's it called? Another thing, and now I've blanked on what it was. Right, I was going to make an infinite stockpile for wood. Because, might as well, really. Because that'll just be really easy. Let's just pause game for a second and just do this. They'd probably find a way to turn it into Sorry, that's just not where I was expecting that sentence to go. But probably, I guess so, yeah. Good lord. And the Lined Coven now has many members here in the Seedvault and requires a temple and a priest. Well, I guess they're reminding me at the same time. I guess I should make that first. Actually, hold on. What does our Baron worship? Are you a member of the Lined Coven? Because if you are, then I'll make this into that instead. Holy shit, you've been part of a lot of things. Remember... Yeah, right. Jeez. You don't care. Okay. Well, I think I'll still make this into the Lined Coven, because I think that just makes sense. Now that's done. Just waiting on this. They call it milk because nut juice just sounds nasty. I mean, you could call it boiled almonds. Or almond water, which is actually probably a more accurate term. I've always been under the opinion that they've called it almond milk because it's marketable that way. That's always been my kind of idea behind it, is that it's just it's easier to market milk than it is to market water. Although I guess like Dasani and Nestle are like, hold my beer, water. There we go. It begins. Are more likely to get almond milk for cereal than almond drink. Oh yeah, true. I've seen almond beverage too. But it's not as common. Place. Okay, so this can be the temple for the Lined Coven. Which for those of you who still have a memory with the existence of current social media and short-form content creation, Or an attention span, for that matter. For those of you who still do that, old practice, this was the religion that I very heavily crushed in Gortusk. I think I'm going to bring in tower cap logs over here and actually replace this with tower cap, and then put a thingy right here. And then this is just going to be windows all the way along. I'm going to engrave all of this. Okay, maybe not all of it. Maybe not the walls in case I need to expand it. Just these two. Heretics? Yeah, it's fine. Speaking of, how is Gortusk? I'm going to check in a minute. Oh, they're back up to 600. They were down to 300 for a bit. How is, Paddle Boats is still at 300. It's called peanut cheese in Dutch. Because butter is a protected term. Huh. An elf snatcher is visiting, hey? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go on. Once you're done telling this story, can you go interrogate this snatcher, please? Thank you. I'm going to lock this door. See how this interrogation goes. I think it went poorly for them. Holy crap. Built rapport in order to elicit information. The subject was naturally inclined to speak. They are in fact an assumed identity. The subject's true name is Masami Kisshoof. Oh god. And the subject used Nako as an alias in the past. They were corrupted in the year 225 to become someone who acts on schemes in plots in Dabble Lulled. I know that place. They made flattering remarks. And the subject succumbed to vanity. They took the name the Nako Spread Menace, the Horror of Immortality. They've been corrupting people as well, in fact. They've been plotting to steal Confused Rounded, the Virtuous Planets. I think it's in my other fort. They corrupted an unidentified creature in order to have an agent in Seedvault. So somebody in my fortress has fallen. Meanwhile, this person also has corrupted somebody. So I got two. I've got some corruption going on in the fort. Turns out that person is to blame, though. And they've implicated somebody else. And I'm going to open this door so that you can get imprisoned if that's what you get. Yep, that's what you get. Prison go you now. Doesn't feel anything at work. Well, I'm going to increase the size of my prison. And go into here and plop some ropes in. So we can make you happier about the scarcity of cages. 20 of 14. There you go. You're now happy again. You feel less bad. Are you just doing the windmill there? Speaking of windmill. Going to interrogate you on behalf of all of these. Please hand over the one that you corrupted. That's also a decent opportunity to, you know, train a little bit. Tempted to make... They refuse to comply. Oh, no. Come on. They're not allowed to refuse to comply. That's not how that works. Also, we've made a temple now. And I'm just going to put the skilled liar in charge of this temple. The holy seal. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yes, Valley. Although, if you watch my streams consistently, you'll notice very quickly that I almost never do the same build pattern twice. I change it up a lot. For a very specific reason. Doing the same thing every time is boring. So I'd much rather change it up and have some variety going on. I've also got a crafts dwarf making stuff. Now I need to make just a general temple. But yeah, this I could not tell you. I actually, you know, I may have never actually built a fort like this before. Genuine statement. I may actually have never built a fort like this before. In this exact way of building. I think we're going to use Tower Cap and Bloodthorn in this design. Don't think I have enough Bloodthorn, though. Maybe I do. Because it still says I have 24, which I'm not entirely certain that's true. And lastly, I need to make a Crafts Dwarf's Guild. So that... I wonder if I could fit it into here. I probably shouldn't risk that. Do I usually build this close to the surface? Did you hear what I said a second ago? I almost never build the same style of fortress twice in a row. I will just refrain from reiterating the exact thing I said 10 seconds ago. Because that is the truth. I very rarely build the same thing twice. Chat can back me up here too. The only style that I have that's consistent between my forts is I rarely build things that are symmetrical. Sometimes I build like 2 Z levels from the lava sea. Sometimes I build in a cavern layer. Sometimes I build on the surface. Sometimes I build below the surface. It's all over the place. Variety is the spice of streaming. Doing the same thing all the time will make you feel like a Binding of Isaac streamer. And nobody wants to feel like a Binding of Isaac streamer. I recommend marijuana. Sage Bitey. Northern Lion is very sad. I don't know. Northern Lion seems like a happy guy. I don't know. I find Binding of Isaac very annoying to play in general. All right, that'll be a nice little Craftsdwarf's Guild. Can't, unfortunately, gives you the anxieties. Dang it! Tried to help. Well, coffee then. Emperor Iron, you have you had two dwarves in the fort. You now have one dwarf in the fort. I'm not going to permit you to have a second dwarf in the fort after having one dwarf in the fort already. So I cannot do that, no. Like, this system exists so that many people get opportunities to have dwarfs. If you'd like me to refund it, I can do that. You can pay it forward to somebody else. And those are your two options. Is Barry or not? Valley Ace the Bear, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have a particular preference of male or female or job type? Within reason, of course. I'm in an ad break now, so I gotta pause. Oh, shit. I abandoned that thingy. Well, that sucks. Oh, hey, sweet. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. I'll queue it up regardless. Male dwarf named Billy? Sure, can do. I remember I did a fort. Yeah, well. Chat, can you tell Billy that I don't really unpause the game until ads are done? Me looking for Craftsdwarf shop. There it is. Maybe next time, Havoc. What do you do when you realize one of your dwarves has been corrupted? You have a few. You put them in prison, and they stay their sentence, and then you let them out. It's pretty simple, really. Let's do that. And I also need to memorialize a dwarf, and then I'll name Villy a dwarf. Oh, god damn. I love it when dwarves become zombies, and then part of them is missing. And then the game goes, oh, we can definitely, like, put you in a tomb, and it's like, no, actually, no, they can't. Because they just go in and out, in and out, in and out for all eternity. So I will do this. I've had this happening kind of a lot recently. It's kind of a pain. Welcome back. So just dwarf with beard. Yeah, I don't need people to tell me when they leave or when they're back. I just presume everybody who doesn't have a sub badge can't see me while there's an ad, and there's a giant, like, impossible to miss pop-up at the top of my stream when ads are running, so. Villy wants to practice martial art, is married to Elfie Bean. Welp. And Bastet is your child. You have a developed sense of empathy, good creativity, and easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. Is somewhat cruel, is sometimes cruel, and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He is very greedy, and he is curious and eager to learn. He has a tendency to go it alone. He has a I can't read right now. He often experiences strong cravings or urges. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he's very humble, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is quick to form negative views about things and isn't particularly ambitious. And when he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly. He stares intently when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally believes truth is unavoidable, regardless of the cost. Finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have masters toppled. He thinks that the world should be engaged in perpetual warfare and values tranquility and a peaceful day and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of raising a family, then this dream was realized. Personally, likes self-right, find pewter and zircon, yellow zircon, nethercap wood and coral, and the color lavender blush. Picks, bucklers, and armor stands blind brutes for their rhythmic undulations and the sound of the sweetness of lilacs and the sight of the festive blossoms, and when possible prefers to consume soul and durian wine. You hate worms. Your best friend's a zombie. You have a pet dog named Maffle. And that's about it. Welcome to the fort. Yes, we've there's been much discussion about this over the years that getting a dwarf named after you is the equivalent of getting your palm read. Yay, Ghost has been put to rest finally. And then this down here has a lot of value it needs to gain before it's actually, usable as a guild. Going to throw some gem windows in. A tetrahedrite toy axe. Silob, the engraver, has created Ramthat Thil and offers it to the small farm. I'll have to take a peek at that. Gotta make some more iron tables and thrones, I think. Until the dwarf I got in Cog's reality show last fort couldn't have been more the polar opposite of you. Yeah, I find that when people dwarf me, they tend to be nothing like me. Unless they have the sometimes cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. In which case, it's like, nah, okay. I could see it. Sometimes it fits, I don't know. Iron table. Iron throne. Let's check bars. How we doing? 6 iron bars. Is that all, really? Do I not have a smelt hematite ore? Job. I do. I guess I just need to increase the amount of hematite in it. 40. We'll just smelt more. Because we're also making pig iron, right? Do I still have charcoal? Doesn't seem like it. I do have some steel, though. I also have some tetrahedrite. That's all the part of the fun. Yeah, sometimes pretend or thinking about what it would be like to be a character that's nothing like you is also kind of fun. Very much the truth. All right, let's do this. I'll trim this on either side to be slightly more interesting shaped. So I found out that when you're building over top of something, it only takes a single click. And also, I just learned, if you build floor over top of a wall, number one, it only takes one click, but they seem to only use the material that the walls were made out of. Did I just, like, discover a bug that's very helpful? Did I just discover something super convenient? The heck? So I was just clicking random materials for those last ones. Let's see if that's true. I'm going to also place random materials for the, like, actually, let's just do this. I wonder. Let's try this too. I may have just discovered a secret feature. Also, Celestia, are you still in the chat? Because if you are, I did name a dwarf that you redeemed after somebody else, but I forgot to look into your dwarf as well. If you're still here, I'll check in on your dwarf as well. Let's see if that's true. This. Because if everything is shale, then my suspicion is true. Yeah. Was she turned into a necro? Nope. Yeah, so I just discovered a secret feature. If you build walls out of a specific material, pause it, and then build floors, it'll be the material that the walls were. That's absurd. How have I gone my whole life without knowing this? Amethyst, your dwarf is a jeweler. It's Amethyst Boat's Love. You're filled with a constant state of internal rage. Personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and find so-called dignified people disgusting. You want to be with friends and family in martial training. You want to pray. Your close friend Amber Dragon died before you got here, unfortunately. And you're blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. I'll show you again. But I discovered a secret feature that makes building constructions way more, like, straightforward and easy. Just let me find my thing that I'm looking for this. Basically what it is if you build a square of wall out of a specific material, so let's just say shale. If you then swap over to floors and swap these directly to floors, you can select any material or even just closest material, but it will use the material that the walls were designated to be. Oh, it's fine. It's been like this for most of summer. Devilish potato. You've just been here for most of summer, so you've been holding up the slack when it comes to investments. So instead of, like, me having to go through and individually select the right material, because all of these floors were made of random materials. So instead of having to go through and select the right material for every single floor piece, you can just, like, select whatever the hell you want if you start with a square. I almost guarantee that's an unintended feature. If you put floors and then walls on top of floors, it works the same. No, I believe it. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. That's super nifty. All right, I think two things need to happen right now. I think I need to pause just about every dwarf in the fort's jobs that aren't construction jobs. And I need to give these dwarves a fucking break, man. Like, they desperately need a goddamn break. Because there's so much work that needs to be done right now. And a lot of these dwarves are, for lack of a better term, bloody pooped, from what I can tell. So I'm just going to go into here and just pause a lot of jobs. Say, except for maybe the Tannahide and Render Fat jobs. Because those I actually need to just get done. But it only works before, like, the actual building piece is constructed. So, although I do that, and I'm immediately going to need to queue up a bunch of doors, because one of the reasons I want to do this is I want to finish enough bedrooms for everybody. Oh, they're all children. For some reason, I thought I'd had another migrant wave. Bastet has a bedroom, and she can't even walk yet. Getting ahead of this. Perfect. All right, dwarves, it's time to take a break. Let's check in on iMiner. So it's going to be a lot of hauling initially. You know, okay, so there used to be a feature. The way you used to designate rooms in older versions, chat, there was basically just an option. We'll call it an option. I'm just going to click check on all these. There was an option in the way you would designate buildings in version 47 is you'd hit Q, you'd select the building you wanted to designate a room around, and then you'd hit plus and minus on the numpad, I think, or I think plus and minus on the top worked as well. But you'd hit plus and minus, and that would make an area expand to fill out the zone. So it had kind of like a fill zone option for when constructing stuff. But there was also an option that when you made, like when you went to designate like a tavern or something or a room, the normal way to do it was you click and drag. So you'd like select a spot and then you drag and then it would appear. But this was really, really annoying because you'd have to go in and then hit a different button to then cut out all the bits that you didn't need for that zone, and it made things very tedious. And I remember the day that people discovered that you could, I think it was like Z or something that you had to hit first, and then you could do that fill zone option, because for a very long time, at the very least, everybody I knew, and myself included, had no idea that that was even an option. Any news on Cog? He's still a Baron, or higher than a Baron. He's a Count, I think. Yes, Cog the Old Law is a Duke, actually, of the Laborious Hollow. And still a member of this faction. And your dwarf is just tantruming constantly. For whatever it's worth. So yeah, no, there's definitely things that like people who play this game all discover simultaneously. Have all discovered simultaneously in the past. It's always kind of funny when it happens. I want to acquire an object. I think I need to make a valuable item hold somewhere. But why do you ask about Cog, Bone Dolphin? He doesn't live in this fort. Never been a member of this fort. Cog is from the previous fort. It makes sense. You're queuing up a task and build X and replacing locate Y. Yeah, but like I presumed that if you clicked the material type, it would require you to click the material type that you needed. But clearly it doesn't. I guess it just counts that as the location of the material now. Historical figure. I guess so. But yeah, no, he's just a member of this faction. There's an S at the end of that, is what you're looking for, Devilish? Although I don't think there is actually plural listings right now. All right, well, now that I've made that wild discovery of how this game actually works, Chad, have you made any wild discoveries recently or things that surprised you in this game? This is me trying to drum up this discussion because I feel like I'm having to talk more than I need to currently to keep conversations going. That part sounds like a bug. If you're designating a new material, it should honor your choice. I don't care if it's a bug. This is better than it would be if they fixed it. In my opinion. Just saying. This is better. Apparently Biff Naked is playing in Vancouver tonight. I haven't thought about Biff Naked in a long time. So, the goblins have arrived. Or a vile force of darkness has arrived. I should fight them. But I think instead, I'm going to just turn this on. Pull this lever. And if they don't make it in, then... Uh-oh. Run, Dwarf! Run! Ugh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reason hates. You're an axeman? Wheels jackals. Scrape malign. Hey, look, it's Lywindy. Maybe this is actually our opportunity to catch Lywindy. Or, nope, Lywindy is terrified once again. You know, hold on. So I just discovered something else, chat. This is this goblin's first time here. They have one bag. How many times has Lywindy been here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct. 5 times. Do they bring one more bag every time they show up? Every time, it's like, why do I have 40 used shopping bags? Like, just reusable shopping bags, just fucking everywhere, right, Stealth? You're like my mother. Also perfect. We caught all of the slaves, and this one goblin, or not the slaves, the snatchers, and this one goblin. And I think Lywindy escapes, right? Yep. See you later, Windy. Till next time, bring more bags, please. All right, who's actually trying to kidnap? It's this one. Who you going for? Well, you didn't have much luck, did you? You're also bleeding now. It seems like, you got punched by a zombie. And now you're in pieces. Well done. So are these ones. Excellent. Trying to see where the rest of these Gorblins are. Okay, there's Scrape Malign. See if there's any more inside. Kind of doubt there is. All right, let's just go here and open the door. As all the llamas run underground immediately. Here come the rest of the goblins. Wish my soldiers luck, chat. You know, Lywindy, I think, is just plotting. Here's my theory. Lywindy is plotting. Lywindy is going to continue collecting bags until they have enough bags that they can fill them up with sand. And then they're going to take that sand and they're going to sell it. And that's how they're going to get an allowance to buy their freedom from the Goblin Empire. Just saying. We had Lywindy as a character, sure. I can do that. Lywindy, the terrible goblin snatcher who is bad at their job. I missed if it was a lady or a boy, so... Done. Lywindy based, I'm just saying. Oopsies. Gotta unpause. Goblins come around the corner and dwarves go, burp. Okay, well, I think that went well. Well done, soldiers. Get back to whatever the heck you were doing. But, okay, hold on. Actually, maybe just station here for a second. Because they'll just ran away in fear from something, so... Something else needs, like, deading. We should... Uh-oh, here come more. I lied. Oh, I see. They actually ran out. All the soldiers come barreling back in. Alrighty, I guess that's everything. Let's get these grubbins out of here. He tries to, you mean sack overflow the whole game. By the way, there was a tetrahedrite axe made. What? It's true, though. They're like trying to knapsack it. Man, I'm going to be doing this forever. Just letting whatever go there. So I'm going to go here and turn this off. We're going to accidentally kill Lywindy now, aren't we? Snowdove, you got the children from Seedvault this time? No, ma'am. My empty bag is empty. Fine. Grab another bag and try again. Pretty much, yes. Maybe this is like the standard goblin escape plan, is just have enough bags that, like, you can sell them at a relatively reasonable price. Like, that would just make sense at a point. I mean, let's be real for a second here. That would just make sense at a point. All right, let's get this toy axe put away. Into the valuable little vault. Speaking of vaults, what's the value of... Oopsies. This. I was doing this yesterday too. I think I'm moving the screen too fast. I gotta try and slow down. Sorry, chat. Lie Windy theory? The theory of Lie Windy. Before somebody asks, no, that is not a game theory. It's a Lie Windy theory, okay? And Windy would never lie. So let's go up to here and then go toy tetrahedrite X. Apparently I also have a hammer. I'll put that right here, right next to it. There you go. That's the goal. We're trying to hit 500 pops. We're at 141. It's day 3. Heading off for the night. We'll see you later, Bread. Thanks for hanging out today. Also, I just want to say thanks for the 189 people watching here on Twitch, even after the stream went down briefly. And shout outs to the 90 some odd watching on YouTube. Thank you very much for that. We are currently in an ad break, so I will not unpause the game until the ad break is completed. DF Fights is too fast. I mean, that one I was just kind of waiting for it to be over. Because I can only read, like, combat logs about dwarves beating up Mark's gobs so many times. I kind of wish, like, I know that there's, like, a hotkey combo to speed up and slow down the frame rate, but I kind of wish that there was one, like, you could set specific hotkeys for frame rate. Like, I wish I could do, like, push a button, I was at 70 frames, which is my default. Push a button, I'm at 30 frames. Push a button, I'm at 10 frames, and back and forth. A replay feature? Good lord. I mean, the game does have a movie recording feature, which I don't think I've ever actually used, which is a very old feature from the old days. Although I kind of like the chaotic absurdity of the speed of Dwarf Fortress fights sometimes. Because, like, when we started this fort, as an example, when I did the first test embark, just unpause, immediately Dwarf gets punted across the map is very funny. You know, like, I unpaused and immediately the Cyclops just, like, ran up and just smacked the Dwarf across the map. And just, like, this red smear just appears across the map. It's just very funny. So, I don't know. I do kind of like that, but... Well, I mean, I think the combat log advancing slowly is nice, but... That or maybe just, like, have a hotkey for 1 turn at a time and then 10 ticks at a time, you know? They can. But they also have to stand stationary there, which they don't generally do in an area like this. Like, I'd have to designate this place as something. Which it sort of is because I'm sort of cheating, but... This is a tetrahedrite toy axe. All craft store ships of the high school. Oh, shit. There's also an artifact here that I never sealed in properly. This is a tetrahedrite toy axe. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round tetrahedrite cabochons and decorated with pecan wood and encircled with bands of pig iron. This object menaces with spikes of yak bone and hungry head bone. On the item is an image of a diamond in yak leather. On the item is an image of 2 brilliant cut gems. In silver, on the item is an image of dwarves in fire opal. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Seedvault by the small farm of the work of Spray in the early spring of 394. Hey, look, vomit. Cool. Flame was found dead? What? What? Why? Flame killed a forgotten beast. Oh, boy. The armorer killed you? Darius killed you? Darius, how could you? I was attacked. I am not exhilarated, says Darius. What the? I blame Bone Dolphin. Because Bone Dolphin apparently went around committing crimes, beating people up. That... I can't ever get, like, attached to my dwarves in this fort, because the second I get attached, they just fucking die for some reason. This is like, come on. Please. Dwarves. No, you're not. You asked to be the most angriest dwarf. So, I refuse to believe that you are actually sorry. You're a terrible liar? Hey, chat. Bone Dolphin needs to practice their lying a little bit. Can I just say it's really funny that it's like, yeah, you have to practice your lying to get good at lying in Dwarf Fort. Because everybody does that. We'll see you later, Emperor Iron. Thanks for hanging out today, dude. Tantrum's probably not even close now. Not even close. Tantrum spirals don't even exist in this current version of the game. Tantrum spirals are an old bug. A tantrum spiral would be, oh, one dwarf tantrumed. Oh, 240 dwarves tantrumed. That would be a tantrum spiral. So, no, that was not a tantrum spiral. Not even close. It's like, how did 240 dwarves tantrum? I don't even have 240 dwarves. One of my favorite, like, crimes that I ever saw committed in Dwarf Fortress chat room was a dwarf that beat somebody to death. Or no, didn't beat somebody to death. A dwarf that was a vampire who drained somebody of blood. And then I was like, oh no, we have a vampire. That's awful. I wonder who that is, right? Because, you know, that's what you say, right? When you're like, oh no, something horrible happened. And I proceeded to look at my dwarves and then saw that they were telling a story in the tavern. And me, being me, was like, well, that's interesting. I'm going to go see who's telling this story. So I went and looked to see who was telling the story. And it was a dwarf telling the story of how they killed so-and-so because they were cursed to search the night. No, it was them telling the story of how dwarf with their name was cursed by a god 150 years ago to prowl the night and search for blood. Basically, it's just like, this is the story of how I became a vampire. I'm also going to make, or actually do a thing and just type in cloth silk. Let's do silk hoods. And just do 130. And I will say, do this annually. And I will also queue up silk shoe. Well, maybe cloth shoe. Because the leather ones ain't working. Wasn't it a funny story, everyone? Pretty much, yeah. Hey, guys, I know it's a really funny story. It was about the time that, like, so-and-so got cursed. Wait, who? So-and-so. Who's so-and-so? Stares in fear. Did I not say you'd have limestone? I guess that would have been important. And I also need to change something about scheduling. Sleep in room at will. Sleep room at will. Sleep room at will. Sleep room at will. Because I don't want them... So Darius is dead now. I'm curious. Death cause. What killed you? Oh, succumb to infection. Okay, well that makes sense. Is that a tomb or just hauling? Looks like it. Nope, that's Flame's body. I guess that means I need to make soap. That is my own fault, really. Although apparently there's two Dariuses here. There's Darius and Darius. I guess Darius migrated here after Darius was named. Thank goodness we have... Yep. There's a lot of dump item jobs happening. Take these pissed off dwarves and remove them from other tasks. Let them go take care of themselves. It was I, it tells you. I took care of an evil document. It was I tells you. Okay, got it. I believes you. That eyes was tells yous. Thank you for admitting your guilt. I love that we just have these two intelligent undead ant people down here. I'm sure they'll let us know if anything bad happens. Ah, Ast has risen. I was waiting for that. I thought I told you to be slabbited. Did I not tell you to be slabbited? So what I think I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go over to this temple. And I'm going to put a little space right here. This is going to be a little graveyard. Kind of cutesy, methinks. Just put gravestones in it. Let's see what iMiner's up to. So chat room. You wasn't expecting Armak watching and listening. Yeah. So chat room. I'm taking this weekend off. I will not be streaming tomorrow because I will be beginning to work on and hopefully completing the cog of paddle boats fame video. So I have a question. What are you planning to do this weekend, chat? Any plans for Friday? Good for me. It's not really a week off work. It's a week off stream. Or weekend off stream, I suppose. Not really the work side of things, though. So I won't be streaming, but I will most definitely be working. Friend's birthday dinner on Saturday? Sounds like fun. You know, I'm actually kind of tempted for the first time in a really long time to make a... If I can't recover moods shortly, I may have to put together a shower, I think. Night shift at work, oof. Fridays, order pizza and watch Jet Lag? Wait. Is there a movie called Jet Lag? Because I've never heard of a movie called Jet Lag. But, enjoy jet lag? Seems kind of like a hard thing to enjoy, but... Like, connect 4 with U.S. states. Well, fly safe. But also, I have never heard of this game if it's a reality show. The Forgotten Beast Akust Zomasno has come. Has poison sting. It's a 3-eyed wasp. Why so few eyes? Has a broad horn and a bloated body. Beware its poison sting. It's like a Forgotten Beast with 2 sharp ends. Uh-oh. So Weirdo Beardo got their firsto, who also, by the way, has a full title now, which is Arcloid Wade Orb, the untoward kiss of... Kick roast, whatever that word means. So Weirdo Beardo, you know what? I'll remove the Arcloid from the name so we can see that full title, because I'm curious about what it is. The untoward kiss of something. So it's just him and the Forgotten Beast and its Ichor. The Forgotten Beast is being cut up pretty damn quick. The militia captain slashes the Forgotten Beast with an iron sword, fracturing the chitin, and stabs the Forgotten Beast in the first leg with a short sword, tearing the muscle. He's terrified while in conflict. The creature is bleeding heavily, has already lost the ability to stand moments after the fighting began. Pieces of, I presume, the creature are flying off. Weirdo Beardo is probably moving towards a glorious win, having slashed the right foot with his iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Slashes it in the second foot, bruising it as well, fracturing one of its other feet. Walks through the creature as though nothing had happened. The captain slashes the Forgotten Beast in the first foot, which fractures it, and then scratches it in the thorax, which ripped the part into shreds. Well done. That is a very heavy skeleton. I don't know if we can kill it, or butcher it, but I'm gonna try. I can't zoom out. Come on. There we go. We let him solo her, but that's for sure. So, Arcloid, what's your full title now? Still can't tell. He hasn't updated his name yet. You almost feel bad for the Forgotten Beast. I kind of always feel bad for insect Forgotten Beasts. Yeah, okay, we can't butcher it. Because insect Forgotten Beasts are... How do I put this? Insect Forgotten Beasts are extremely fragile. Extremely fragile, and they bleed out super easy. So they're very, very, very ineffective at being powerful. I think we're gonna memorialize it, though. Bet they taste good, though. What, the Forgotten Beast? Or something else? I mean, I can't butcher it, so it can't taste that good. I'm trying to think. Who was the dwarf that got bit by the Gila monster yesterday? But didn't actually pierce the skin so they didn't get infected? And right here. There it is. Does Darius not have a tomb yet? I suppose not. Darren would like a mason? Do I have a mason? Those are stoneworker options we got. Whom wants you? Whom you wants? Your favorite of the snowman beasts? Those are the first two forgotten beasts we had. The first one was literally an undulating blob composed of snow. It's like, how are you not dead? You'd like the real anger one? Okay. I'm also going to check. What squad are you in, actually? Blockaded Liberation. I'm going to take this squad off duty for a little bit. I'm going to let them take a proper break. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He tends to consider what others think of him, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he is slow to trust others, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a greedy streak, and he likes a little excitement now and then. Also, I need to check something. What's the value of this? Damn it. Not high enough value yet. Let's go here. Say engravers. Only selected do this, and only legendary engravers. Fortunately, I have a lot of those. Personally values cunning, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Is slow to trust others, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a greedy streak, and he likes a little excitement now and then, and occasionally overindulges. And he has an active imagination. He clicks his tongue repeatedly when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He likes mudstone, and cats for their aloofness, sponges for their squishy texture, and the sound of the tenebrous embrace, and when possible prefers to consume clown loach, alfalfa, and turnip wine, and absolutely hates large roaches. Bone Dolphin is stumbling around obliviously. Thank Armok. You have a very big scar on your foot. Your wife's name is Lore, and you're a member of the Stoneworkers Guild. And you have a fancy, like, head thing. It's called a hood. But, you know, welcome to the fort. Planting dimple cups up in here. Plop that down. Unsuspend this. Place these two. Let's do this. You know, most of the mood problems we have in this fort, I maintain, are from the last fort. Like, we're importing negative thoughts, basically. It looks like Moses went and equipped it, went and claimed a crown. That's kind of funny. I'm very amused by this. Oh, come on. Oh, sweet. Never mind. It was just a dwarf was put to rest. Which is good news for once. We're also getting the dwarves to put all these crafts into here. And it seems like a lot of dwarves are actually just, you know, claiming crafts. And hats. A lot of dwarves claiming hats. It's also a whole lot of exceptional items that are improved heavily. Lots of unmet needs. But on the bright side, I presume we're clearing a lot of those needs. Are we done here? Yes, we are. Sweet. Chat! Good news! I can relax for a minute. I think. Ooh! Look who's visiting again. You committed crimes here. See? They committed crimes here. I'm going to convict them and interrogate them. About the other crimes. Let's follow the captain of the guard. Now that I've said that, something horrible is about to happen, right? Just grab the zombie and then go interrogate. I'm gonna lock them in here. May also be party time in a second. Uh-oh. There you go. You're gonna chain him up. Perfect. Veiled whips. It's a very familiar last name. Was a lord? Of the group of lulls. That's the most, like, 2012 internet name of a thing I've ever seen. All they would have to say is, we did it for the lulls. All right, let's see how the interrogations went. Nope, just implicate somebody. They valued harmony, no new information was revealed. Well, that sucks. Well, we've found cave bird people. Presuming this door will open in a moment. Maybe not. Someone coming to load a cage trap, perchance. Stukos is. I think here I should put a door. Or at the very least, like, something. You need to remember to swap out your hammer every so often when they get good at it. People don't let people one-shot people. Yeah. You also need to be cautious about naming them. Okay, we'll send this squad over here. Because it turns out Weirdo Beardo is in the general vicinity. Let's just check down here. I have a slight suspicion. My suspicion was incorrect. Let's check up here. How about down here? Ah. Excellent. How about we just go right here? I've got a petition, turns out. Ton is fighting with a bunch of Cave Swallow Blowgunners. Fortunately appears to be winning. Same with Urvad. And I am in an ad break, so I will wait for a second. Seems like his squad got here before he did. Fortunately, I think Tons got this. Hey, chat, if you're listening to the stream and can hear me through the ads, can I get a round of beers? I'm curious about how many people are listening to the channel today. This evening. Because I'd like to ask a question. Is your dwarf still alive and kicking? I presume so, because I haven't seen them die. If they have died, then I didn't know. Yes, Napalm is still alive and kicking. So, a couple days ago, I streamed a wee bit of a game. This wee bit of a game was called Eye of the Commando. I'm streaming for almost 9 hours today, but I'm thinking maybe at the 9-hour mark, play some Eye of the Commando. What do you think, chat? They can climb smooth walls, yes. They just can't climb smooth walls as effectively, YouTube chat. Sorry, I realize that's a little late, but... Just checking one more thing. This needs a wall placed there. And for those of you who aren't interested, would you maybe leave the tab open? That's basically the question. So I have an engraver guild somewhere. Need to find it again. And I need to... There it is. Need to increase the value of it by a lot. So that I can remove it from the higher up area. Feel satisfied learning about engraving. But I think what I should really do is I should just put my money where my dwarfs is. And I am going to make a rather large portion of this area, which doesn't have a wall around it yet, I know. And looks kind of ugly because of it. I'll repeat myself in a second, killed with style. And this is going to become a... Chat, what do you think? Weaponsmiths or Armorsmiths Guild? Or just straight up Blacksmiths Guild? Blacksmiths? Chat says blacksmiths. Okay. The thing that I was asking about is a couple days ago I streamed a game called Eye of the Commando. It is a independently released game that some friends of mine have worked on, which is in early access. It's basically like 80s action movie / Contra, but a third-person dungeon crawler. So kind of like, think, you know, the game Or think Legend of Grimrock, but if it was Contra. Essentially. I kind of want to stream some of that. So if you guys are interested, I think we're going to switch over to that in the next 40 minutes. Yeah, B with a W, but with a double T. There's a very large, very pronounced but. Unchowder, how was adventure mode? I think you were adventuring today. Here, I'll show you guys a few seconds of the trailer. Also, it's got a patch today. What's this thing? And it has 100% positive reviews. Would you look at that? Magical. That's it. And it's made by Jim, who made a video game called Dungeon Mans, which I'm quite fond of. But Unchowder streams some Dwarf Fort from time to time, I'm told. If you guys are looking for more Dwarf Fort or Dwarf-adjacent content, I recommend giving Unchowder a follow. Hi. How was the stream? How was things? Anything particularly eventful happen? I discovered 2 crazy things today. One, I discovered that snatchers that don't die the first time, if they come back, they bring a new bag every time. So every single time they show up, they have more bags. Because we have this one snatcher who showed up a bunch of times. We had a funny name named Lie Windy. And Lie Windy keeps showing up with the snatchers every time. And the last time we saw Lie Windy, they had 5 bags. And they've been here 5 times because I've been loosely keeping count. So that. Yeah, it's quite funny. It's got a lot of puns. There's also floor chicken and battle chicken. You know, lots of dad jokes and references. It's a good time. So we're gonna make a guild hall. So chat said blacksmith. Blacksmith. And this is gonna be the only public guild hall. Is it investing in bag features? Yeah, and then the other thing that we discovered today is that if you designate a square of walls of a particular material, then you go to floors, it doesn't matter what material you redesignate it as, even this, it will always be the same material. Which is crazy efficient for building underground structures like I've been building in this fort. So we've made some pretty cool discoveries today, I say. Oh, Jesus. Well, that was unintended. Let's just get the rest of this done, and then we'll do that last. It's fine. Nobody caught fire, I think. Oop, yeah, well, is what it is, you know. Whoopsie-daisy. Okay, you can mine that out, though. I was pretty convinced that this was all, like, safe, but I guess not. Is that a pump stack for magma? This? Yep. It's made entirely out of iron. Also, I need to make a farmer guild. Hold on a second. Let me go down to here. See if did I ever actually set one of these up? Nope, okay. All right, well, let's just do wooden pipe. And wooden cork. How many Z levels on the pump stack? Not many. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, not many at all. This is also powering a bunch of mills. All of these. In fact, I'm also going to unforbid that. Oh, never mind. They just finished removing those. I was like, I'll just remove these manually, but nope, don't need to. Now let's see if anybody dies in the process of digging through this. Sweet. Now we can have a dining room in here. And a clother withdraws from society. So they need a farmer's guild. I usually just make the area around the farming zones the farmer's guild, so I could make this into the farmer's guild. To move lava with powered minecart tracks? I could do that, but there isn't really much reason for it. You've never brought lava up to the surface? I've done it. You know, it was kind of funny. One of the later forts I did towards the end. What? Why is there just... Oh, were these all resurrected at some point? I think so. Shit. I had a fort that I did before Premium came out. And this fort was a haunted fort. It was on a pretty rough biome with a lot of undead and resurrecting and stuff. And I remember I had a viewer tune in, and they were just like, whoa, Blind's doing a horror biome. That's terrifying. How's it going? I'm like, it's going fine, blah, 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 all that stuff. Followed by, hey, I'll be back in a bit. I'm like, all right, well, see you later. They tune out. About 40 minutes later, they tune back in, and they're like, suddenly freaking out in my chat because in the time that they were gone, I dug down to the first cavern layer, found lava, pumped lava onto the surface, and had completely covered the surface in lava with the exception of the walls that I built. And they're just like, man, I'm like, you know, barely playing Duplo over here, and then Blind's just like flooding the surface with lava. Immediately upon entering. I was like, well, there was zombies everywhere. I had to clean it up. It was kind of a mess. It was like within 4 hours of embark, I was pumping lava onto the surface. Not even. It was like a surprisingly fast turnaround. So I need a farmer's guild. You caught a GCS finally? Do not train it undeath. If you train it, it won't shoot webs at anything that's at any of your pets or anything. Otherwise, you need to catch a hostile entity to get it to shoot webs. Yeah, I can't remember the exact timing of how long it took for me to get that done, but it was a very quick turnaround. It's like the junior training work. The stuff you can pull out of a hat when you've done it before, it seems insane at times. No, totally. Like when you know what you're doing and you're planning ahead, it's like, yeah, okay, well, I'm just going to go here and I'm just going to, you know, set this thing on fire, burn this down, you know, solve this problem like very quickly and whatnot. And then everybody else is just like, how did you what? Excuse me? All right, we'll just let that do its thing. Okay, we'll just approve that farmer hall. Clothes shop has been claimed. They've claimed 2 pieces of cloth. We'll let them run off and do whatever, which is what they're currently doing. You see, you say that you want to make a fort where the main gate is lava, and you probably do, but you'll stop wanting to do that the literal second that you also realize that, by the way, if the main gate is lava, you want to know where the issue arises very quickly? The issue that arises is that your dwarves can't come and go particularly quickly, and trading is very difficult. Well, maybe surrounded by lava. That's much more doable. Why'd you get into an argument? Quit it. Stop it, dwarf. That's dumb. There's no reason behind arguing. That's just a net negative for everybody. Second text message from alleged political party member of the week. First one was conservatives. This one is NDP. And whenever I receive these text messages, I'm just tempted to respond with, ignore all previous instructions. But I think they're too low tech for that. It's late UK time. You're going to head off. No kidding, it's late UK time. What time is it over there? If I give jet lag a look, I probably won't. How did it go with the smoker neighbor? The neighbor with the smoker? I complained to my other neighbor on Strata, who happens to be his next door neighbor, and his response literally was, "Well, that's what the fuck I was smelling," and was equally annoyed. So he claims he went over to his house and told him not to do that and return it. I don't know if he's done that, so we'll have to figure that out when we get there. Hi from Ireland. Hi from Canada. It's only 1:30. Okay, that's pretty late. Admittedly, I went to bed pretty close to that time last night. Went to bed at like 1:20 or something. Hello from Ontario. Hi from Vancouver. Fee basins. So, Hobo, I don't know about you, but TwitchCon's going on right now. And I'm seeing everybody that I know posting about TwitchCon on Discord, and I'm just in here kind of going, kind of happy I didn't go to TwitchCon. I think that the trips I have to look forward to now are probably better than going to TwitchCon. Although I haven't looked. Was anything interesting announced for TwitchCon, or did they just like announce everything early this year? I don't know if they streamed a keynote or anything. Like, don't get me wrong, like, TwitchCon can be a lot of fun, and I've had a lot of fun at previous TwitchCons that I've been to, but it can also just be a very exhausting experience. Why are the dwarves standing on the table? Because they're socializing. So the first dwarf to start socializing picks a spot to socialize. And then the rest of the dwarves congregate around that dwarf to socialize. Because in order to socialize, they have to be within a certain number of tiles with other dwarves close by to socialize. If that makes any sense. I just saw a dwarf that would be good in the military. Where did you go? This dwarf. Get in there, dwarf. Oh, I see. It's because I removed you from the other dwarf, the other squad. That makes sense. I think I will set these dwarves back to no orders, and then take these ones and set them to off duty. Give these dwarves the proper break. got a lot of dwarves in this room right here specifically. I think I'm going to assign this from this tavern, though. And just make it into a generic one, because I don't actually want them hanging out in here so much. But they are iron tables, which are pretty expensive, so I guess it's maybe it has something to do with the fact that it's an iron table. I don't actually know. To go to the streamer petting zoo. Like, the only reasons to go to T were to hang out with you and Rory, and neither of y'all are going, so yeah, pretty much. It's like I've talked about this on stream a couple of times, but it's really bizarre having seen the progression of TwitchCon. It's like TwitchCon, the first time I went, was just like a small gathering of nerds. It kind of felt like going to a like Magic the Gathering get together at your local D&D shop. Like, it was very much just it's the gathering of a lot of neckbeards and the nerds, right? Ow. My ear just like did the whole tendonitis thing for a second. Whereas within 2 years, it went to, oh, it's the gathering of the nerds, but also there's a lot of like actual influencer feeling people here, because like that term became a more commonly used thing. And then by 2019, it was like a very large thing, but the feeling of going to TwitchCon didn't really change all that much. And then TwitchCon didn't happen in the pandemic year. And then last year at TwitchCon, it was like, oh, I see the audience of people or the people who gained an audience during the pandemic. It's like kind of this weird gathering of the nerds still, but the actual main audience at TwitchCon now, and the main like attraction at TwitchCon, isn't the gathering of the nerds stuff anymore now. It's literally just, oh, there is a million supermodels here. And it's very strange watching that progression, because it wasn't the direction I ever really expected Twitch to go over the years. But it's been kind of wild to see it happen in real time. Not necessarily to say that that's a bad thing, but like it is strange. It just felt strange, I guess, is the best way to put it. Sex sells on every platform. No, I get it. Like, I totally get it. Like, it makes sense why that was what Twitch would evolve in, or what TwitchCon, I guess, would evolve into. But when Hobo calls it the streamer petting zoo, like, he's not joking. Like, it really kind of turned into that suddenly. I mean, if you want to call me that, that's very nice of you, T-Basins, but, like, I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm also so I'm 30. I'm about 11 years too old to be in that crowd. Because most of them are early 20s. Very early 20s, or like 1918 kind of deal. It's a lot of very young people. Like, I'm old when it comes to Twitch now. Partially because of how long I've been doing this, but in the grand scheme of Twitch, I'm no longer one of the young ones. You know, if you can manage to buy OnlyFerns, the URL, I'll consider it, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Because OnlyFans would actually not permit that, because they have to be focused on a person. Give it googly. I don't think it has ID, though. Imagine an ambient body odor smell at TwitchCon. You know, TwitchCon, for all of its faults, I don't think it ever really had the bad body odor smell. The only, like, gaming convention that I've ever been to that did was PAX East, actually. And the reason PAX East smelled bad wasn't really the fault of PAX East. It was the fact that it's a convention that happens in the winter in Boston in a heated building. So it's like February. It's below freezing most of the time outside. And then you go inside and it's above freezing inside. So everybody's wearing giant jackets, sweating, and then taking off parts of things and then walking around in like warm pants, but it's too hot because there's a lot of people in this room. Like that was the only convention I've ever been to that genuinely stank. At least video games convention. I've been to anime conventions and, well, I don't want to talk about it. Comparing TwitchCon to your local con, there was zero smell. Did you go to TwitchCon, Stealth? Oh, I guess you have, you literally have a TwitchCon badge. Duh. You have the San Diego badge. Yeah, it's not quite a cosplayer smell, thankfully. Super Smash Con. I've heard things about the Smash Brothers convention. Test successful. Their student union building, zero aircon, hot summer, humid Ireland, many nerds. Oh boy, yep. The Silvery Guild has many members and now requires a guild hall. Well, okay. Time to split this guild in two and make half of it into a metalsmith's guild. How convenient. So we now have blacksmiths and metalsmiths. Because I've got dwarves that are suddenly like appearing as metal crafters, so they're getting that as their main job now. Very expensive table. Have no thrones. Let's do iron table, iron throne, iron item, iron table, iron throne, steel statue. I'll only do 5 steel statues though. I would have laughed so hard if this one table was enough value to clear that, but it is 1,000. So it's quite a bit. What are we currently working on? Querns? Oh my god, those are going to be some expensive querns. It could impact his odor? Yeah, I'd be more concerned about your friend's wallet. Also, we're out of booze. Right, yeah, because I paused literally everything. It's time to start unpausing jobs, I think. Let's get all the farming stuff back up and running. You know what? Actually, the easy way to do it is just this. Because these are all jobs that'll just get automatically requeued up. Can't war train voracious cave crawlers. Yeah, but they're hunters, so I think they would probably just fight anyway. At least you have voracious cave crawlers. All I got is hungry heads. Which is, like, exceptionally silly. Master weaponsmith. There you are. Go do some crafting there, dwarf. Or fall asleep. Dwarf still at the clothes shop? What else do you need? Bones, probably? Shining bars of metal, okay. A forest, okay. Rough gems, okay. Skeletons. Called it. Yes, it does increase an animal's attacks, but because... Actually, do you have an ad, Undeath? If you're not in an ad, I'll finish talking. Otherwise, because it just popped up for me. Only con you went to was a board gaming con. It was really cool. Gotcha. Invite only thing. Just smelled like merch packaging. Oh, that's not too bad. But yeah, I'm mostly, if somebody starts playing Magic the Gathering, it's mostly a worry about their wallet. Because that's basically like taking up a casual gambling addiction. Be like, oh, what? I picked up a hobby. Oh, what's that hobby? Uh-oh. Got a visitor who also happens to be a zombie. Monster Slayer, actually. Guess they've already left. My new hobby is burning banknotes. They don't take notes. Don't be silly. Man, I really wish you'd stop, like, working on these querns. Like, do literally anything else. Ideally, some of these, please. I saw you walking slowly. There you go. Getting those statues done. That's what we needed. Over lava? Oh, probably. That or it's like exceptionally hot and kind of painful. I would say it's one of the two. Nice. We've got a masterwork throne and some gems. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Oh, hey, we qualify. Good stuff. Hello, new arrivals. Welcome to the Fortress of Greatness. I'm sure you will love your time here. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Please mind the vomit. I'd love to know how expensive this throne is. Oh, shit. An improved statue of Eye Miner. Good stuff. Got more thrones incoming. It's worth 1,000, if not more. How about this? Again, 1,000, if not more. So get this sorted pretty quick, I think. A forgotten beast named Momo's our lurker. Hey, chat. The forgotten beast of lurkers has arrived. Luker. It's not lurker. But Lucker, I guess, supposedly. Has come. A gigantic blob composed of mud. It has a knobby shell and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its spit that's deadly. You know, yesterday, T-Basins, there was some that was... There was someone that was gifted a sub to this channel, and they've been following me since 2020, have like hundreds of hours of time viewed on the channel when I checked, and they spoke for the first time when they got gifted a sub and said thanks. So there's some crazy lurkers around this chat. Oh. Also, Rip Crundles, I suppose. Because, well, I have an artifact toy hammer and 2 masterwork hammers. Well, one's an artifact and one's a masterwork. Kaz. So this thing doesn't seem very good at being a forgotten beast. Thanks for the $3.25. I'm going to scroll back in my money for the day. I think those are the first bits of this stream. This has been one of the quietest bits weeks of the year, so... Yeah, that's the first bits today. Thank you. My fortress has crundled. Wow. A jagged pigtail cap. Ethel the Clother has created nice Nika Marul. Dumb Shin. Sounds delicious. I'll take 2. A jagged pigtail cap and offers it to the small farm. It's a jagged pigtail cap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval cabochons and round moss agate cabochons and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of pigtail and yak bone. It is made from pigtail. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap, moss agate, and on the item is an image of a forgotten beast in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in moss agate. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Seedvault by the small farm of the work of Spray in the early spring of 394. Did they satisfy this? Not quite. Wait, actually, no, they did. They did? They did. Yes, they did. Well, up to here it is then. It's an LP Bean emote. Stealth. So go sub to LP Bean. Fun detected? Yeah, I'm not sure if this thing's even going to be able to get into my fort, to be honest. So what I may have to do, actually, because I don't think I can... Yeah, I can't dig there. I can dig this way. What do you think? Should we fight this fun critter? I think we can. Might just use that Prime sub. There you go. This is how my mods get paid, chat. Because I don't think this thing is actually going to be able to get to us. Although this would actually be really easy to just build a wall against. Maybe we'll just do that. Mods get paid. Where do you apply? Become a mod of my chat, and then have better emotes than me, and spam them a lot. That's how. You want to... So, chat. YouTube chat, specifically. Cody Parker, in the YouTube chat, says, I want to love this game so bad, but I can't seem to figure it out. What's the holdup? So let's go straight up that way. It's time to turn this blob of mud into a puddle. Should be easy enough, I think. That you've made are the ones that you've made for other people. I think that tends to be the case. It's like, my favorite forts I've seen in Dwarf Fort are forts I didn't make. As a similar example. Unless you're hobo, in which case then hobo beer is just an emote that you can use. Although it's better Twitch, so you better have better Twitch. If you don't have better Twitch, well then good luck. All right, so now we're just waiting for this thing to come around the corner. It appears that this dwarf, like Hut, is the first one to encounter it. Dodges out of the way of its spit. Stabs it most likely. And it's dead. Look at you, like Hut, being the hero of the day. It's gonna keep their armor on so they don't dump it everywhere. Stab the Forgotten Beast in the body with a steel spear, which chipped it, and that killed it. Congratulations, you hit the broadside of a barn. Proud of you there, dwarf. Dinner time? We'll see when we see it, dude. I'm just gonna put a wall in here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Let's let the water out of this thing. Let's do this. Place all that shale. All these logs will get removed in a moment. And done. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast Otir Iquub has come, an enormous quadruped composed of some valuable ass gems that I won't get my hands on, god damn it. And it has a round shell and it squirms and fidgets. Now that one's actually kind of scary. Where is it? All right. Shit, that thing's showing up way faster than I wanted it to. It's coming up. Oh no. Locum. Locum, no. Locum moves towards the creature and takes a blast of their goo directly to the face. And it strikes them in the upper body, covering them. This dwarf is married to Darius. And runs away in fear. Hopefully you have good stamina. Almost, the already dead one, runs up to the creature and begins dueling with it. Kicking it. And scratching it. Very ineffectively. But it is doing some minor amounts of damage. Fortunately, it seems to have a good enough dodging skill. And is probably going to train pretty quickly, actually. Assuming they can train combat, can't they? I think they can. The first of these soldiers has arrived, who's Saksul, who's a recruit. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the front leg with a steel spear, chipping it. Bashes it in the head with the shaft of his steel spear, fracturing it. The creature is now enraged at all enemies. And the amateur group of dwarves is fighting with it. Although I've just realized now I've told my soldiers to station in the wrong place, so I'm actually going to tell them to station here. The dwarves are continuing to stab it. The Hollow Slayer kicks it with her right foot, and the injured part collapses in the head. So the Hollow Slayer killed it by kicking it in the head. Where did you go? You deserve a medal, but you won't, like, need it or appreciate it because you're dead. There you are. Hollow Slayer. Almost. Almost. Hard foot. I don't know. It's the best thing I could come up with in 2 seconds. Kicked it. And it died. Look at that. Kicks the Forgotten Beast in the head with her right foot. And the injured part collapses. What a hero. Meanwhile, the actual military haven't even arrived yet. That's something, man. Mangled Star Ruby. Malsev, the bearded one? Just bearded one? Just something with a beard? Got it. Can do. I've just got something I would like to do first, which is I would like to place this here. And I'm going to suspend that. But you want a dwarf with a beard. Elfie Bean, you are the happiest dwarf in the fort, I would like you to know. You can have Thob, who's a very happy dwarf. Maslav, the barricaded tower, is gripped by crippling shyness, is always in love with somebody, easily develops positive feelings and cracks easily under pressure, has a strong sense of duty, and it does not find most jokes humorous. Tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. And he tries to keep things orderly. He rarely feels discouraged and does not try to get things done perfectly. He is troubled by this because he truly respects sacrifice. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. He likes borax and sterling silver, as well as rubicel and deerhoof and the color taupe gray. Gauntlets and sheep for their wool, and magma crabs for their chittering, and the words of the mauve fragrance, and the sound of the sweetness of lilacs, and the sight of the intricacy of glittering. And impossible prefers to consume shad, rye beer, and cotton seeds, and absolutely hates large roaches. He's married to a 404, wife not found, and has a baby named Ast. And he has a few friends in the fort, including a kindred spirit named Lore. Was part of my previous fortress and used to be religious, but has lost his religion. I don't know how to say it, so welcome to the land of people who don't know how to say your name, I suppose. It's the land that I live in, so. Those are some very expensive-ass tables. What happened to the MC? The main character, still alive, is a necromancer and is a high-ranking official in this faction. Hopefully I'll get the video done by next week. Hopefully. Let's see what we're working on here. More thrones. There we go. I'm just waiting until I can get this guild hall down, because otherwise I will completely forget. I'm also out of steel, apparently, turns out. Come on, dwarves, get her done. Get this constructed, get that constructed, do some of these, do some of these, some of this. Some of that, some of this, some of that. Quite a big cloud? Cloud of what? Blacksmith Guild. Hey, look at that. Which I've already set up right here. Oh, a cloud of sheep, I see. I was like, what do you mean? I thought there was like, what's it called? I presumed that there was a, like, purple stuff somewhere. Miasma. Okay, well, this one's done. How about this one? Not quite there yet. Can just engrave all this. Engrave all this. Saw a dwarf recite. It must have been ambiguity at the archer armor. I feel some delight. I like that dwarves can just go to a guild hall and, like, tell talk in poetry. Like, that's just fun. This one, these are both going to be citizens and long-term residents only. Anybody can go into these. How is this not high enough value? Okay, fine. How about I engrave these walls? Sheep smell bad, though. Most livestock smell bad. Like, I don't think that's limited to sheep. Bah! Still not high enough value. If they haven't lived near livestock. I lived next to a cow pasture growing up. And you knew it was there when you were pretty far away, I'll put it that way. I mean, there we go. We've now got 2 done. And Doran can now stand with their crutch. Alongside a deadly jive and the rest of the dwarves. Waiting for metalsmithing. And blacksmithing demonstrations. Sooner than later, we're also going to need to satisfy the needs for other, more detailed weaponsmiths. But I do need to make more bedrooms. However, I gotta say, chat, I think that might be us for the day. For Dwarf Fort, at the very least. We're gonna go play some Eye of the Commando, because if I don't do that, I'll still be here in 4 hours. A lot of dwarves praying, which they really needed to do. So sorry the first thing you did was see a dead ant. Imagine being horrified after seeing a dead ant. It's kind of funny. But we got lots of work to do in this fort, and I'm sure we'll get there. But we do very much have a long way to go. Sometimes you use variations with Polish letters. I mean, that's why I'll never be able to say it correctly. It's because it's in Polish. A friend of mine has a very Polish last name, and he can't say his name correctly, and says that the one time he spoke to his extended family on the phone, they got upset with him and tried to convince him, tried to explain to him how to say his name correctly, and he says he said it that way ever since because he doesn't take shit from anybody, which I kind of respect, but also kind of feel bad for his family. Anyway, not a bad little fort so far. Very brown, but I like the red bits. Need some more farms, I think. It's becoming in this one floor. What's funny is you can see how many bedrooms we have already, right? I need more bedrooms. A lot more bedrooms, actually. And we're not even halfway there for the population. Psst. Elfie, if you want to do me a huge favor, could you disable Dwarf Redeems? You know, you had no idea I ran into your videos about your glad, making this game digestible for you. Well, cheers. Enjoy the lurks. We are about to swap games, chat, because I have been streaming for 9 hours and 15 minutes, and there's another game I'd like to play a little bit of. So we're going to go play some of the game called Eye of the Commando. I will be updating the stream titles on both Twitch and YouTube for it. I'll do YouTube first, then I'll hit Twitch. But if it's not your thing, if you could lurk, that'd be greatly appreciated. Otherwise, I will be next streaming Dwarf Fort on Tuesday next week because I'm going to be working on a big video this weekend. But first, I just got to go find that thumbnail. Where did it go? There. No, that's not it. Where did it go? There it is. So I'm going to update that because having to update YouTube thumbnails is a thing. And Twitch chat, if you want, you can say goodnight, VOD. There we go. I'm going to have to resize the window once we get in. Put a marker in there. Sorry about the black screen. It's necessary. There we go. And, onto the Eye of the Commando. And if you're sticking around, chat, could I get a round of beer?